അനുഷ്ക എന്നാ അത് Okay, good morning, everybody. We will begin this important virtual event, OURS 2020, in a little while. So kindly be prepared. Okay, once again, good morning to everybody, fellow academics, researchers, chief guests, everyone, vice chancellor, everyone. We will begin this event in a little while. So kindly be prepared. All right. Good morning, everybody. I warmly welcome you to the OURS 2020, the annual research event, research forum of the Open University of Sri Lanka, which acknowledges, recognizes, and rewards, and also appreciates innovative research conducted by academics, not only from the OUSL, but from other national universities. We will begin this ceremony with a traditional event by lighting the oil lamp. To light the oil lamp, I invite Vice Chancellor, OUSL, Professor S.A.R. Edure, our chief guest for OURS 2020, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, Deputy Vice Chancellor, OUSL, Dr. A.P. Matraperuma, Registrar, Mrs. Vindhya Jayasena, Professor Shironika Karunanayaka, who will represent deans of the 6 faculties, namely Education, Engineering and Technology, Health Sciences, Humanities and Social Sciences, Management Studies and Natural Sciences, and also Bursa OUSL, Dr. W.M.K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. Thank you. K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. Thank you. Vice Chancellor, Professor Edure, I ask you to begin this traditional K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. Thank you. To join us at this traditional event, Vice Chancellor, I ask you to begin this traditional K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. To join us at this traditional event, Vice Chancellor, I ask you to begin this traditional K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. To join us at this traditional event, Vice Chancellor, I ask you to begin this K.G.A. Vikramasinghe, and Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon. I invite all of you to light the virtual oil lamp and give this ceremony a very traditional, time-tested beginning. join us and experience translation in Kamasinga and direct research. It's something that you might also join that virtual lag and this join us in Kamasinga and direct research. It's something that you might also join that virtual lag and this join us in Kamasinga and direct research. Okay, thank you very much. We have now completed the symbolic events of this knowledge-based research event. We will now formally move on to the main ceremony. I invite OURS 2020 Conference Chair and the Director Research, Professor S.R. Virakon, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Vice Chancellor, Professor S.A. Aridore, Chief Guest, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Director PGIE, Deans of Faculties, Registrar, Bursa, Professors, all academic, administrative, and non-academic staff members, paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, Open University Research Sessions is an important event of the Open University of Sri Lanka. This is an annual event. Ours 2020 is a significant landmark of our uninterrupted tradition of academic sessions since year 2004. Originally, ours 2020 was planned as a face-to-face conference, which was scheduled to be held at the Open University of Colombo. However, due to the current health situation in the country and the health regulations and guidelines provided by the government of Sri Lanka, we have moved the conference to a fully online platform. I believe this is a tremendous achievement. By migrating the conference to a fully online platform during a global pandemic, we ensure that our commitment of open distance learning is upheld. In this year's academic sessions too, there will be presenters from within and outside the OUSL. Therefore, I strongly believe that this forum will provide a plenty of opportunities for the academics and researchers of OUSL to exchange their research deliberations to build up collaborative research with other universities and research institutes. This year we received 165 abstracts and extended abstracts, and of which 114 were selected for presentation following a rigorous peer review process. The abstracts received cover a wide range of sub-themes: open and distance learning, ODL, education, English language teaching, engineering and technology, health sciences, biological sciences, physical sciences, agriculture, humanities and social sciences, management, and law. The research findings in these areas cover a wide variety of contemporary issues, mainly focused on Sri Lanka. In this context, due to severe dearth of innovative research at the national level, it is expected that these type of research initiatives undertaken by the researchers will contribute to induce research and development and thereby foster national development. I would like to welcome the chief guest of today's event, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, who is an emeritus scientist at the International Water Management Institute. We are indeed happy and honored by your presence. The invited speakers are Dr. Panduga Karunanayake of Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, and Dr. Pratapsinghe Dharmawardena of Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, University of Moratuwa. We are very grateful to both of you for taking time off from their busy schedules to deliver keynote addresses. As you know, organizing an event of this nature needs a collaborative and dedicated effort of many personnel. I would like to gratefully acknowledge all the members of the Senate Subcommittee of Hours 2020. I need to extend a very special appreciation for the excellent team effort of Hours 2020 online working group, for their efficiency and willingness to make Hours 2020 conference an online conference a reality. On behalf of the Senate Subcommittee for Hours 2020, I thank all the authors who submitted abstracts and extended abstracts to the conference, all the presenters all the reviewers who helped in the reviewing process, language editors, and the professors of OUSL for agreeing to serve as session chairs. We appreciate the services rendered by the members of the Senate Subcommittee for OUSL Research Awards 2019 and Senate Subcommittee for OUSL Best Online Course Award 2019 in selecting the awardees. I also wish to record our thanks to the Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Aridore, for his ready support in carrying out our work to make this event a success, and especially thank him for encouraging us and supporting our decision to move the conference to a fully online platform. Finally, let me thank all of you for taking part in Hours 2020 and wish the very best to all the participants. Let me wish you all a fruitful and enjoyable 2-day conference. Thank you. Have a good day.
That was Professor S.R. Virakon, Conference Chair, OURS 2020 and Director Research OUSL, delivering her welcome address. I now move to the second item of this virtual event. I warmly invite Vice Chancellor OUSL, Professor S.R. Aridore, to take over this virtual stage and deliver his address.
Chief guest of the Open University Research Sessions 2020, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, Emeritus Scientist, International Water Management Institute. Keynote speakers, members of the University Council, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Deans of the Faculties, Acting Director RES, Acting Director SETME, Acting Librarian, Bursa, members of the Senate, heads of the departments and divisions, academic, administrative, and non-academic staff of the university, students, presenters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to be present today at the 18th Open University Research Sessions, which is an important annual event of the university that I eagerly look forward by the OUSL community and other researchers to disseminate their research findings. Unfortunately, due to the current pandemic situations, we are unable to conduct a face-to-face research session as planned. However, I am much delighted to see the commitment of the organizing committee members and all the other staff who in a very short time switched the entire research session to online mode. On behalf of the university, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for the contribution you have made to conduct this research session on the scheduled dates. I believe this shift to the online mode is a blessing in disguise to many of you, in that it has enabled many of you to participate in the research session from distant places. World over, education, including open and distance learning, is undergoing significant changes. With the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting disruption it has brought about, world over, there's a sudden urgency in adopting distance education and more particularly online learning at every level of education. It's beyond doubt that distance learning offers flexible yet rigorous education opportunities to individuals with access to in-demand skills needed to achieve their career goals. From the time the Open University of Sri Lanka first started experimenting with online teaching in the year 2003, we have been expanding our online courses offerings and currently offer more than 40% of our courses online through our Moodle LMS. However, it is also true that the university has not entirely tapped the full potential of online learning due to various challenges. This is where I believe research comes into the picture. If a university If our university has to enhance its effectiveness, we need to conduct research in the areas we have issues so that the inferences coming out of these research findings will enable the management to take appropriate policy decisions to address the various challenges confronting the institute. In the Sri Lankan context, we at the Open University of Sri Lanka are in a unique position, being the pioneering institute in the country to practice open and distance learning. In this scenario, for the OUSL to maintain our competitive edge, we need to further strengthen and advance our capabilities and effectiveness by adopting newer ODL approaches. For this purpose, research in ODL practice plays an important contributing role in ascertaining the best practices that are suitable to cater the needs of our local environment. It is my fervent hope that the academic staff of the university will continue to engage themselves in research related to the ODL concepts for the betterment of the university and the country. Before I conclude my speech, let me take this opportunity once again to express my appreciation to the organizing committee of the Open University of Sri Lanka sessions 2020, Shama Virakun, and other staff who have contributed their time and effort to make this event a success. I'm confident that ours 2020 would be an academically enriching and rewarding experience to all the presenters and participants. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
That Professor S. A. Aryadure, Vice Chancellor, OUSL. Thank you very much. We now move to the key event of this item, addressed by the chief guest. But before that, to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, I invite Dr. Nayana Nilakar. And Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe will deliver her address after the introduction.
Very good morning to all of you, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, the Chief Guest, the distinguished guests, the administrative staff members, professors, the authors of the research articles, and ladies and gentlemen. As the convener of the biology team, I am privileged to introduce the Chief Guest for ours 2020, the eminent emeritus scientist Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, who is a senior researcher working on human and environmental health at the International Water Management Institute, or IMI, at its headquarters in Sri Lanka. Dr. Priyani graduated from the University of Peradeniya with a zoology special degree and joined the department as an assistant lecturer in 1979. In 1987, she obtained her PhD in the field of veterinary parasitology. During her academic and research career, she guided and supervised many undergraduate and postgraduate students. Up to now, she has collected over 70 peer-reviewed journal articles, around 130 peer-reviewed conference abstracts, proceedings, book chapters, and technical reports to her credit. Her research has been funded by many organizations like NSF, WHO, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, European Union, Sustainable Development Council, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Endangered Species Protection Agency, Resource Center on Urban Agriculture and Food Security, and International Funds for Agricultural Development. Her administrative capabilities made her the founding head of the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Faculty of Science, University of Peradeniya, and was responsible for the establishment of the department and curriculum development. She headed this department from 1997 to 2004. In addition, she contributed to the development of science nationally. She became a member of Zoology and Biotechnology committees of NSF and chairperson of Biotechnology Committee in the period of 1999 to 2004. With her 25 years of extensive academic and administrative experiences in the university system, she joined the IMI in 2005 as a senior researcher. She was the office head of IMI Regional Office at Hyderabad, India from 2012 to 2016. Dr. Priyani has over 35 years of research and development experience in the broad area of human and environmental health, having worked in the interface of water, health, and environment. She worked with multidisciplinary research teams and currently focuses on integrated solutions for safeguarding natural ecosystems and their ecosystem services important for livelihood and human well-being. Working mostly in the Asian region, she has focused on water quality, natural resource utilization by underserved communities, wise use and conservation of wetlands, environmental drivers of antimicrobial resistance in the environment, and safe use of wastewater in agriculture production systems. She engages in policy advocacy and alignment related to her research work, therefore, works very closely with academia and the development sector. With this background, she becomes the most suitable scientist in the country to speak about the topic nature-based solutions for resilient ecosystems. How did the COVID-19 pandemic impact global thinking? Dear Madam, with this introduction, I invite you to deliver your speech.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Nayana, for those very kind words. Professor Aryadure, Vice Chancellor of the Open University, Sri Lanka, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Deans of Faculties, Professors, Chief Administrators of the University, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be part of the annual academic sessions of the Open University of Sri Lanka. I thank you for your kind invitation to be present here today virtually. This has been a year unlike any other. If you recall, the country was put on red alert early this year, with a global pandemic sweeping across the globe. And when we were just beginning to think that things were getting better, a new wave of infections struck again, reminding us that this small bug is persistent and will test our patience for a long time to come. A few countries have shown us that following safety protocols is a must, and social distancing is critical if we are to contain the disease. I think it is a collective social responsibility that many have not yet fully realized. However, we also must know that work must go on. And for that, I praise your academic and administrative staff and students for taking on the challenge of holding these academic sessions despite these difficult times. I'm sure all of you have been fighting to contain this pandemic and to continue with vital research, teaching, and administration under new and challenging circumstances. Therefore, today I want to pay particular tribute to all those who keep our learning centers running, especially the caretakers and caregivers at times of need, and whose support underlies all aspects of activities that we engage in and the learnings that we share today. This pandemic has forced all of us to look at our lives differently. We are all working under new norms, in a way forced upon by nature. A reminder that nature's balance is critical and we cannot ignore its calls for attention. Overnight, our homes became workplaces. IT solutions had to be embraced for us to carry on with our office work and children to do their studies. Suddenly, families found themselves spending more and more time together, enjoying the newfound happiness of being together as the world stood still. While many saw it as an opportunity of a lifetime, others grew weary as they had to continually find food to feed the families, attend to the needs of children, and look after the elderly at the same time. For university students, undertaking research in the laboratories or in the field had to relook at how to conduct their experiments, and in some instances even abandon what they had started. So it has been hard times for all. Yet through it all, I'm sure we have learned a great deal and made significant gains during this pandemic. That it has shown the very best this university can be and can do to forge ahead amidst adversity. So without for a moment downplaying the difficulties this academic year has brought to all of you, I think all must celebrate your achievements and strive to speak positively and indeed realistically of what the institution is achieving. Today, I want to share with you a topic of conversation that many are engaging in. As the pandemic surged, some said that nature has struck back. Others said it is the time for nature to heal from the onslaught of anthropogenic activities. However, as a scientist, I must say that for many years, global thinkers have been collecting the evidence to show that living with nature pays off in the long run. Now, this is embedded in some of the seminal works like the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment that was done in 2005, which talked about the importance of ecosystems, their functions, and services. This gave way to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are working on tirelessly even today. The Aichi targets, I'm sure all of you have heard about it, speaks about the strategic plan for biodiversity conservation, which was put forward by the Convention on Biodiversity. Then the UN Convention to Combat Desertification set a target for the land degradation neutrality to slow further degradation. In 2015, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was developed by the UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, where they agreed on a 15-year non-voluntary strategy on disaster risk reduction. The main focus in this agreement was to implement integrated environmental and natural resource management approaches that incorporated disaster risk reduction as well. Then there is the Paris Agreement that was also made in 2015, where 196 governments discussed climate change mitigation and adaptation under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. One of the key discussions was developing nationally determined contributions, which we call them the NDCs for short, to address climate change with nature-based solution as a key component, including those from wetlands. It is very clear to us, despite all the discussions and the time spent, implementation of these decisions have lagged behind. It's only when a natural disaster strikes that we are reminded again and again that we have to look after the environment that we live in. Otherwise, the consequences can be very dire and go beyond our control, as we are experiencing today. With this backdrop, I would now like to focus on my topic for today, nature-based solutions for resilient ecosystems. How did the COVID-19 pandemic impact global thinking? Now, all of you know ecosystems are subject to many disturbances due to natural phenomena as well as anthropogenic activities. For instance, floods, droughts, pollution, disease outbreaks, and developmental activities disrupt ecosystem functions as much as long-term stresses, such as nutrient enrichment and changes in sediment supply. Globally, millions of hectares of primary forests have been lost due to development and associated processes of urbanization. An estimated 75% of land surface has been altered. Over 85% of wetlands have been converted. And 66% of oceans are experiencing multiple cumulative threats. In the last 2 decades, the impacts of natural disasters have been devastating, as you know, affecting over 4 billion people, including killing more than 1 million, and causing around 2.9 trillion US dollars in economic losses. Watershed degradation has impacted drinking water for over 700 million people, costing global cities alone 5.4 billion US dollars in treatment. And droughts have affected an average of 35 million people each year. These numbers are staggering, as you will see. It is said that by 2030, the world is projected to spend an estimated 10 trillion US dollars on repairing and expanding water infrastructure. Dams and treatment plants that are aging, water demand is surging, and more frequent extreme weather events threaten our water security, each driving up water management costs. In the past, the thinking was to support populations through hard infrastructure development. It is becoming clear that the hard infrastructure solutions have now reached their capacity, and nature-based solutions offer more promise and hope for the future generations. And now, if you really closely look at our economic models, they are very closely linked to nature, which we have forgotten to acknowledge. Natural disasters are, in fact, a constant reminder, which we also easily forget. Ecosystem services worldwide are worth an estimated 125 trillion US dollars annually, and support industries like farming, fishing, forestry, and tourism that employ over 1.2 billion people. A recent World Economic Forum report estimates that more than half of the world's GDP is moderately or highly dependent on nature and its services. About 1.6 billion people rely directly on world's forests for food, income, and livelihoods. Healthy ecosystems also enhance humanity's resilience to future shocks by strengthening food security protecting us from climate impacts, mitigating climate change, and improving our health. So what are nature-based solutions? For short, we call them NBS. They are defined as actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, simultaneously providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. There's a lot to digest there, but if you take time to look at, I think you will understand very clearly. Now, these can include protecting, managing, and restoring forests, adopting regenerative approaches to agriculture, a restoration of existing wetlands, or building artificial wetlands within cities to reduce flooding, adopting a watershed management approach to provide clean water, and restoring mangroves to mitigate storm damage, and many others that may arise in different settings. More and more global studies are looking at landscape aspects of nature-based solutions, looking at upstream and downstream impacts, and beginning to see that this is the way to move forward. Now, this is something that is not new. Natural systems have been offering many services like natural hazard protection, provision of key resources like water and energy. However, we have forgotten to make them part of infrastructure design. Natural systems also provide additional benefits. We also call co-benefits. For example, mangroves provide coastal protection, but can also support fisheries and food security, timber and non-timber forest products, tourism, and acts as a significant carbon sink. All these have to be well balanced and managed and not overexploited to achieve the maximum benefits. So throughout adopting nature-based solutions, we keep hearing the word a balance, a sustainable balance. A renewed interest in nature-based solutions has surfaced since the global COVID-19 pandemic swept across the world in an unprecedented manner, with devastating impacts on the health of populations and economies of countries. World leaders are reconsidering the relative merits of nature-based solutions for greater accountability, economic feasibility, and sustainability of development agendas, which call for greater emphasis on living with harmony with nature while sharing its benefits. The balance between safeguarding natural resources, human well-being, and biodiversity has become imperative if we are to make a positive economic recovery after this pandemic. So as you will see, not only is COVID a public health crisis, it is also an ecological nightmare. It has impacted ecosystems and landscape at different rates and scales, exacerbated by events of natural disasters. No matter where you are, all the countries are figuring out how to rebuild from the economic and social shocks brought on by COVID-19 pandemic. Now, according to the Global Commission on Adaptation, nature-based solutions are typically cost-effective. That is, they have worked out the finances, and the benefits are enormous. By adopting nature-based solutions, countries can benefit from economic gains, for immediate jobs, restoring and protecting nature, to long-term economic growth associated with increasing food and water security, business productivity, tourism, and recreational value. Avoided losses from protecting communities and infrastructure from floods, storms, and heat waves. saving many countries billions of dollars each year. Social and environmental benefits from cleaner air and improves human health and mitigates climate change to more habitat and create more habitats for endangered species. Now, the economic or the global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic has been very dismal. Due to the travel restrictions aimed at managing the spread of disease, food production systems and multifaceted global industries have experienced a high economic downturn. As the COVID-19 pandemic represents one of the largest economic shocks the world has experienced in decades. The economic recovery programs are now looking at how to plan amidst a pandemic of this nature. They are taking a keen interest in the examples of nature-based solutions from around the world, which are already being considered as solutions for urban, rural, and coastal flooding, and managing water scarcity, soil erosion and sedimentation, landslides and inland flooding, storm surges, sea level rise, sea surges, and many more. Some of the key areas to be considered against the aftermath of the pandemic are landscape changes that disturb ecosystems and their natural cycles of zoonotic infection. I think there was a lot of debate on this regarding from where the virus started, and I don't want to go into details, but it's a clear indication that ecosystems have been disturbed. Now, it's also seen that people are looking for exotic live food for human consumption. And there is a lot of human migration, which also causes a lot of problems. A recent report highlights the benefits of nature-based solutions in 5 major areas. These are climate change, resource use, nature and biodiversity, health and well-being, and socioeconomic impacts, and invites the business community to be part of this greener recovery process, where nature-based solutions are given top priority. I think this is the big change we are seeing in all the planning that is taking place at the highest level. Now let us look at some examples. The European Commission has proposed 750 billion euros for a European Green Deal. The package would include major investments in protecting and restoring forests, soils, wetlands, and rivers, as well as transforming agricultural practices to make them more sustainable. Other countries are also responding to the economic impacts of COVID-19 by allocating trillions of dollars to fiscal stimulus packages and beginning to develop longer-term economic programs. According to the International Monetary Fund, about 9 trillion US dollars in fiscal support had been announced as of May 2020. The United States has agreed to a series of economic stimulus packages worth more than 3 trillion. Japan has committed more than 2 trillion US dollars. It has been seen if these stimulus packages will be, in fact, would be green as planned or contribute to further environmental problems. Nevertheless, countries are contributing to a green economy, and a green stimulus index has been developed to see how countries are responding to the COVID-19 recovery process. Now, this is something new, and a lot of debate is heard. And the Green Stimulus Index assesses how effective a country's COVID-19 stimulus effort is taking advantage of sustainable development, climate, and biodiversity-related opportunities. The index assesses the flow of stimulus into key sectors like agriculture, energy, industry, waste, and transport. Combined with an indicator of each sector's environment impact, the overall green index indicates the total fiscal spending in response to COVID-19 as either positive or negative impact on the environment. Now, looking across some of the countries, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France have a positive contribution, whereas countries like Canada, China, India, Brazil, Indonesia have contributed to stimulus packages, but their stimulus index is negative. So let us see how some of these calculations are based and or decided. They look at solutions and they look at some of the information that is available and look at what benefits they can accrue. So let us take a solution: restoration of degraded agricultural land to produce more food. And what is the benefit? Restoring 160 million hectares of land will create 84 billion US dollars in annual economic benefits globally. Let us take another solution: expanding green spaces and restoration of forests and watersheds in and around cities for lowering heat and reduce flood risks. And what is the benefit? Restoring upland forests and watershed could save water utilities in the world for 534 largest cities and an estimated 890 million US dollars each year. Let's take another solution: protecting and restoring mangroves, marshes, and reefs to buffer coasts for storms, absorb flood waters, and capture carbon. And what is the benefit? Protecting and restoring mangroves could create 1 trillion US dollars in net benefits globally by 2030. And that is not too far away. Now, if you restore wetlands to absorb and filter flood waters, store carbon, and provide clean water, we know that wetland ecosystems provide many services worth up to 15 trillion US dollars, including flood protection, fisheries habitat, water purification, and many others. Now, if you protect and restore forests to store carbon and to stabilize soil and slow water runoffs during intense rainfall, for every dollar that is invested in restoring degraded forest, 7 to 30 US dollars will be accrued as benefits. So you can see the potential of nature-based solutions in many of these calculations that people have done. So nature-based approaches to be used in economic stimulus packages and recovery should be especially attractive to developing and emerging economies, which rely especially heavily on nature for income and livelihoods. For instance, nearly a third of the GDP of India and Indonesia is generated by nature-dependent sectors like agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. So while they have contributed to these stimulus packages, they have to reduce their negative impacts to really see the positive outcomes of putting in money for activities such as nature-based solutions. Now, I thought I'll take a few examples which have been already discussed in the literature. I have taken these examples from the World Resources Institute and some of the funding that has gone from the World Bank and FAO and projects that have really come up and shown or given the evidence to show how these nature-based solutions can work. So it goes to show we already have this information. It is about now thinking how we can use them in a pandemic situation for an economic recovery. Let us take Sri Lanka. Many of you know about the Colombo wetlands, the urban wetlands. Recently, they were awarded this wetland city accreditation by the Ramsar Convention. So Metropolitan Colombo, as you know, is surrounded by a large number of interconnected natural and managed wetlands that help retain floodwaters and also has other co-benefits. However, rapid urbanization in recent decades has caused steady wetland degradation. And we see this every day, I think, when you get to work and back. And a 30% reduction in wetlands water holding capacity, which is frightening. In 2010, the city experienced a series of record-breaking flooding events that brought unprecedented economic losses. Now, to reduce the floods, the government of Sri Lanka implemented the Metro Colombo Urban Development Project, which combines both green and grey infrastructure, wetland conservation, flood retention parks, and traditional concrete bank protection walls. So nature-based solutions can bring together both hard infrastructure as well as those that sort of support nature. The integration of wetlands and flooding parks allows rainwater to infiltrate slowly, decreasing the volume of water that must be moved through the overtaxed built system. Economic analysis has found the more wetlands are conserved, the greater the payoff in flood protection and other benefits like wastewater treatment. We never think of these wetlands being able to purify the water, but we also must remember there is a carrying capacity, and this has to be managed and monitored very carefully. Now let us go to China. Now China is promoting public-private partnership to scale up urban nature-based solutions. China's rapidly growing urban population has increasingly encountered serious water challenges associated with insufficient water infrastructure, sprawling development, degradation of waterways, and intensifying storms. In fact, 62% of cities experience flooding, and half are considered water scarce. To address these growing hazards, the Chinese government is supporting the development of sponge cities by providing funding and technical support to cities to implement nature-based solutions to capture, store, filter, and purify rainwater for reuse. Between 2015 and 2016, the government supported 30 cities which have constructed roofs, permeable pavements, and wetlands, restoration activities. And the central government is directly providing between 59 to 88 million US dollars, 30 pilot cities for 3 consecutive years as a startup capital to help them devise and construct nature-based solutions. So you can understand how much of investment is going into these NBSs. The investment is intended to then inspire the creation of public-private partnerships that will unlock private finance to meet the overall investment needs. China's Ministry of Finance created a strategy to support the PPP model by soliciting private investment in construction projects and formalizing the government procurement processes for PPP. So you can see how if the private sector is to be brought in, there are processes that have to be put in place. Nevertheless, it is important that all communities are brought together and for us to look at it as a social responsibility to safeguard the environment that we live in. Now I go to the United States, where they are mixing multiple nature-based solutions for urban stormwater management. Now, 1/3 of Portland, Oregon, has a combined sewer system that transports its stormwater runoff and sewage to treatment using a single pipe. Over time, Portland grew, and the system struggled to handle the growing volumes of sewage and stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces, resulting in increased frequency of combined sewer overflows that directly affected the quality and the community health. From 1990 to 2011, the city implemented a combined sewer overflow control program that expanded the gray infrastructure like tunnels and treatment facilities to reduce this overflow and clean up the local waterways. As a complement to this program, the city also implemented a range of programs, policies, and incentives to spur the use of urban nature-based solutions to help keep stormwater out of the combined sewers and control overflows, such as green street programs. Since 2007, the program has installed permeable pavements, bioswales throughout the city and achieved an 80 to 94% reduction in peak flows in targeted areas. Portland officials estimate that $9 million in their total nature-based solutions investment portfolio has yielded a saving of $220 million in the combined sewer overflow costs related to repairs and maintenance. So nothing is impossible. I think the mindset has to change, and a lot of sectors have come together to understand a big picture of any situation, and then everything becomes possible. Let's next go to another example, the Netherlands. It's called the sand nourishment. To help protect the Delftland coast from erosion and inland flooding, the Dutch government must periodically replenish sand along its dunes and beaches. I hope those who have been to Netherlands know about these dunes and beaches. The traditional method for doing so, however, is very costly. It requires small, frequent nourishment operations on and as and when needed. In 2011, the government took a different approach called the sand motor. With an investment of nearly $100 million, it deposited a large volume of sand, and this volume amounts to 21.5 million cubic meters, all replenish the natural sand dunes. And it naturally distributes itself along the coastline and happens in a natural sequence. Initial findings indicate the shoreline has indeed grown beyond the original deposit, although the dunes have grown more slowly than expected. I take another example that is related to oyster reef restoration. Again, an example from the United States. Oyster reefs in the Gulf of Mexico have been degraded from decades of unsustainable harvesting, pollution, and diseases. The Nature Conservancy has undertaken several reef restoration projects to rejuvenate oyster reefs and create a healthy marine ecosystem in the Gulf that naturally protects the coastline while providing the habitat, food, and cleaner waters. In Mobile Bay, Alabama, $3.5 million had been spent on efforts to successfully restore 5.9 kilometers of oyster reefs that have reduced wave height and energy of average waves at the shoreline by 53 to 91%. The reefs have also produced 6,565 kilograms of seafood per year, a weight equivalent to half the total oysters harvested in Alabama in 2015. These efforts also help filter nitrogen pollution that contributes to conditions that can be fatal for other marine life. So you can see how contextually there's a lot of analysis that has to go in, weighing pros and cons, and of course costing to see the real nature's benefits. Now I come to my last example from Vietnam, again restoring mangrove forest. In the late 1980s, rapid aquaculture expansion along the northern coast of Vietnam caused significant loss of mangrove forests, which in turn decreased natural defenses against coastal floods and erosion in an area with a rapidly growing population. Recognizing the restoration of mangrove forests could help mitigate the impact of disasters and protect livelihoods. So in 1994, the Vietnam Red Cross launched the Mangrove Plantation and Disaster Risk Reduction Project to existing grey infrastructure to reduce the risk of flooding. By 2010, $9 million was invested to restore 900 hectares of mangroves along the shores of 166 communes, as well as 100 kilometers of dike lines. Cost of damages to the dikes were reduced by $80,000 to $295,000. And $15 million was saved in avoided damages to private property and other public infrastructure. Now, as I said, this information was collected from the public domain of the World Resources Institute, World Bank, FAO, and other people who had put out this information. Now I come to the last sort of chapter of my speech. These examples of nature-based solutions in action show that more and more people are convinced now with these examples that nature-based solutions is the way forward to plan for the future, as these solutions are known to offer better protection, sustainable management, and restoration of disturbed ecosystems through natural processes. As such, enhancing ecosystem resilience should be the basis for planning to mitigate future risks to climate, health, and economies. Environmentally destructive practices should not be encouraged. Conservation and restoration of ecosystems should be incentivized. Regulations that safeguard nature should be strengthened to prevent further degradation. Long-term policies that embed nature-based solutions and approaches with careful monitoring and evaluation should herald a new era for researchers, administrators, and people alike. So it's my sincere hope that such global ideas are translated into local realities in a country like ours. And what better place to start such a dialogue than a place like this, with young minds with high aspirations, meeting with learned academicians to guide them. Let me conclude by extending my warmest wishes to all those who are participating in the academic sessions today and tomorrow, and also wish every success for the entire program. I would like to thank the organizers who have worked tirelessly to see that these virtual sessions work without a problem. I also like to wish the university and its staff the very best to deliver its core mission of teaching, research, knowledge transfer, and collaboration during these difficult times. Keep well and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, our chief guest for OURS 2020. We will now move on to our next item, which is the OUSL Research Awards. OUSL Research Award, if I may give a short introduction, is one of the key events of all our annual research sessions. It is part of OUSL's philosophy in analyzing, acknowledging, and appreciating the events of innovative and focused research. So we offer awards to OUSL academic staff who have maintained a focused interest in research. For 2019, OUSL Research Award winners are about to be announced. There will be a short presentation, so please await. OUSL Research Awards 2019 and OUSL Best Online Course Award 2019. We will begin with the OUSL Research Awards for 2019. Professor G.K.R. Senadira, Department of Physics. Professor C.S. De Silva, Department of Agricultural and Plantation Engineering. Professor B.C.L. Atapattu, Department of Civil Engineering. Dr. C.V. Jayasinghe, Department of Zoology. Dr. U.S. Premaratne, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. OSL Research Awards 2019, Dr. N.N. Unchiheva, Department of Zoology. OUSL Research Awards 2019, Dr. K.O.L.C. Karunanayake, Department of Botany. Engineer TMD Nimali Madagedara, Department of Mechanical Engineering, OUSL Research Award for 2019. Mr. Lal Madhavatthegedara, Department of Language Studies. Professor S.R. Veerakon, Department of Botany. OUSL Best Online Course Awards 2019. Professor Sesik Bal, Department of Chemistry. And Dr. A.K. Elevichanayaka, Department of Chemistry. That completes the awarding of OUSL Research Awards and the OUSL Best Online Course Awards. Congratulations to all winners. Thank you very much. We will now formally move on to the next event of this ceremony, OURS 2020, the vote of thanks. I invite Dr. Shrimali Hera to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Ours 2020 is a very special occasion. We started planning for this conference almost a year ago, and I think the initial planning started soon after last year's ours 2019. But how we envisioned this conference at that point and how it turned out to be was quite different. We planned a conventional conference with face-to-face sessions that would have been held today here at the OUSL Navalu premises. But the current health situation in the country and the fast-spreading pandemic left us with two choices. We either had to cancel the conference and reschedule it, or go ahead as planned, but as an online conference. We chose option 2, to have it as a fully online conference. But this also meant re-envisioning the conference and coming up with a different plan. By migrating the conference online to an online platform, meant re-envisioning the conference and coming up with a different plan. By migrating the conference to an online platform during a global pandemic, we ensured that our commitment to open and distant learning was upheld. By going online, we were also able to hold a greener conference. My role today is to thank the many people and the committees that helped us to make this online conference a reality. First of all, we'd like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Priyani Amarasinghe, who is an emeritus scientist at the International Water Management Institute, Sri Lanka. We thank you, Dr. Amarasinghe, for virtually gracing this occasion and also sharing your knowledge with us. I'd like to extend our gratitude to our two invited speakers, Dr. Panduka Karnanayaka of the Department of Clinical Medicine from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Colombo, and Dr. Pratapa Singh Dharmavardhana of the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering of the University of Modatua. We are very fortunate to have you share your knowledge with us on two very timely topics. We appreciate your willingness to deliver your talks virtually. I would like to thank all the presenters who submitted their abstracts for this conference. This year we have 114 abstracts that fall under 10 broad disciplinary categories selected for presentation. These abstracts were selected after a rigorous peer review process. I thank all the presenters for your willingness to deliver your presentations online, because going online also meant a lot of last-minute extra work, which included recording your presentations and taking part in the numerous orientations that we had organized for you. This conference was made a reality with the collaboration and dedication of many individuals and subcommittees from the Open University community. On behalf of the Senate Subcommittee for OURS 2020, I'd like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Anbahan Nariyadore, for providing us the leadership, and most importantly, supporting and encouraging our last minute decision to go online. Though the circumstances that led to going online are very unfortunate, I think we all stepped up to the occasion. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of all the theme conveners for each discipline, abstract reviewers, and the language editors. I know most of you had to work under very tight deadlines. I thank all the professors of the Open University for sparing your time to serve as session chairs at this event. We also appreciate the services rendered by the members of the Senate Subcommittee for OUSL Research Awards and the OUSL Best Online Awards for selecting the awardees, and the untiring secretarial assistance provided by Ms. Nipunika and Ms. Muninda Dasa also greatly appreciated. We thank Dr. Jayantha Vattavitana, Acting Director, SETMI, and his staff at the SETMI for designing the invitations, certificates, cover page of the abstract book, and the banners. We thank Mr. Mahesh Bandara from SETMI and Mr. J. Taranga of the Department of Computer Science, OUSL, for maintaining and updating our Hours 2020 website. I need to extend a very special thank you to our Hours 2020 online working group, which was formed at the very last minute when we decided to migrate the conference online. But it's because of their efficiency, hard work, and most importantly, patience that we are here today. During the last days leading up to the conference, they worked tirelessly preparing the online platform and carrying out a series of orientations to familiarize all of us to the sessions so that the sessions run smoothly. In particular, I need to mention Dr. Utpala Premaratna, Dr. Saminda Fernando, Dr. Nayana Neelakarivasan, and our IT director, Mr. J.M.U.T. Jayamaha, and Mr. Kanishka Tennakol. The support received by Mr. B. Somaratna, Direct Operations, and also Mr. B. Balachandra, Acting Printer, are also appreciated. This year too, we have received the generous support of Siam City Cement Lanka Limited. Our special thanks goes to Mr. Chandana Nanayakara, Marketing Manager of Siam City Cement Lanka Limited, Dr. Tushara Priyadarshana and Mr. Suminda Ranasinghe of the Department of Civil Engineering, OUSL, in this regard. Finally, I wish to acknowledge the hard work and the dedication of Professor Shama Veerakon, Director Research, and my colleagues of the Hours 2020 Subcommittee. I would like to thank my vote of thanks by wishing all the presenters and participants. I hope Hours 2020 will be an intellectually stimulating and academically productive, so you will be able to get the best of what an online conference has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Herath. Before I formally end this OURS 2020 virtual inauguration session, let me make a simple announcement. Our next session is at 11 p.m. and it will be led by our first keynote speaker, Dr. Pandu Karmanayaka, who will deliver an excellent lecture, a very interesting lecture called Academia and Medical Education in the Post-COVID World. The organizers advise you to log in at least 10 minutes early, say by around 10:50 a.m. in order to avoid any difficulties, and so that you can be part of the keynote address. I will now formally end the OURS 2020 virtual ceremony. We are operating from a control room at the Colombo Regional Center. The control room is very human, though this is very virtual. And we apologize for any issues which may have been unwittingly caused by this. But thank you very much. And we will see you all at 10:50. Thank you. Okay, good morning once again to all of you. Welcome to the first keynote speech of OURS 2020. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Panduka Karunanayaka of Department of Clinical Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. The title of his speech is Academia and Medical Education in the Post-COVID World. Before he delivers his address, I invite Professor Harshana Rabukwella, Director, Postgraduate Institute of English, to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Karunanayaka. Over to you, Harshana.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Lal, for inviting me to introduce the keynote speaker. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today. Dr. Panduka Karunanayaka is a senior lecturer in the Department of Clinical Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. He qualified in medicine with first-class honors from the North Colombo Medical College in 1992 and worked as a medical officer in Badulla and Polonnaru. He then specialized in general medicine from the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, and was board certified as a specialist in 2000. After a brief stint as a consultant physician in Kegol and Diatalaba, he joined the University of Colombo as an academic clinician in 2002. Panduka's research focuses on infectious diseases. Panduka is also somewhat unique and atypical in Sri Lankan medical sciences, as he has a background in sociology as well. He studied sociology at the University of Colombo in 2010 and currently teaches medical sociology in the Faculty of Arts. This broad interdisciplinary focus allows Panduka to draw insights from both the humanities and the sciences, a quality that I'm sure will be visible in his keynote speech today. In addition to medicine and sociology, Panduka also teaches medical ethics in the Faculty of Medicine, the PGIM, and the Faculty of Graduate Studies, and has been a member of the ethics committees in the Faculties of Medicine and Arts and the Sri Lanka Medical Association. Panduka is a frequent contributor to the national press on issues relating to education and higher education. A compilation of 25 essays written by him over the last 15 years is due for publication soon. He is currently the chairperson of the Humanities Society and Professionalism stream in the MBBS program at the Colombo Medical Faculty and an examiner in the MRCP UK exam. He is a fellow of the Ceylon College of Physicians and the Royal College of Physicians of London. He was the president of the Ceylon College of Physicians in 2018 and vice president of the Sri Lanka Medical Association in 2019. So without further ado, let me invite Panduka.
Thank you, Harshana. Let me get my presentation slides on. So thank you, Harshana, once again for that very kind introduction. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, let me thank the Open University of Sri Lanka, especially Professor Harshana Rabukwella and the organizers of these annual academic sessions for inviting me to be a keynote speaker here. And let me also bring greetings from the University of Colombo for a very successful annual research symposium for your university. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have been given the task of imagining how the COVID-19 pandemic would affect our universities, especially medical education. I could try to bear on this task two different perspectives which I am trained in, namely medicine and sociology, and a third perspective that I have acquired through work experience, namely the academia. My Imaginings will consist of exploring uncertainties, making predictions, and suggesting responses. But first, to show you how daunting a task such an imagining can be, let me start with a story. We have all heard of Karl Marx, one of the founding fathers of sociology and one of the greatest social scientists of all time. But he is far more widely known for his role in socialism, or his own brand of it, that we call Marxism. In the 1850s, Marx studied the enormous wealth of information on British economic history that was archived in the British Museum in London. He attempted to do for the social sciences what physics and chemistry were doing at that time for the natural sciences, that is, predict social phenomena. He predicted important and interesting phenomena such as the pauperization of the proletariat, alienation of the working class struggle, and communist revolution. But all these elegant and well-reasoned speculations of a genius came to nothing because of one scientific discovery and its resulting invention. The discovery was Michael Faraday's demonstration in the 1820s that electrical energy can be converted to motive energy by using a magnet. And the resulting invention was the electric motor. Quite unknown to Marx, all his predictions were actually predicated on the unconscious assumption that the steam engine will always give power to factories, an assumption that was fair enough at that time because steam power was still fairly new and it was completely changing manufacturing technology and factory organization. The electric motor was still only a physicist's work in progress, and it was yet to show its full utility to the world. In other words, Marxism can be called a product of the age of the steam engine, and the electric motor quickly and completely displaced both. As a result, today, Marx's Communist Manifesto, which he co-wrote with his benefactor Friedrich Engels, is only a self-fulfilling prophecy, not a scientific theory. So I might ask, if Karl Marx's predictions could be brought to nothing by one scientific discovery and invention, granted of course one by a great physicist, then what of my puny predictions or conjectures? But Indian spiritual leader Jiddu Krishnamurti has said that one is never afraid of the unknown. One is afraid of the known coming to an end. So I will try to imagine our future, knowing that it too would be proven wrong, but unafraid nevertheless. I will do this in the spirit that venturing into the unknown is one of the most important societal roles of an academic. Let me start with the biological realm, because this is what anthropologists call objective reality. It is useless to try to deny this part of reality. If we are wise, we would try to understand it and use it. Whether we do or whether we don't will determine whether our response will become an adaptation or a maladaptation. Of course, this might sound like a banality, but we should be surprised, indeed worried, how much we have been overlooking this objective reality and embracing instead what is called conceptual reality. A human being's progression from being completely healthy to being dead from the virus has a stepwise sequence. Thus, people don't just drop dead from COVID-19 in the middle of the road or inside phone booths, like in some social media video clips that were circulating at the very beginning of the outbreak. First, they must undergo exposure, which may result in infection, which then may produce symptomatic disease, which then may lead to severe disease, which then may lead to resulting death. It is not invariable that we progress along this line from top to bottom. For instance, the proportion of infected people who die, which is called the infection fatality rate, is probably around 0.6% if we take the world average. But there is one thing that can make matters much worse. Let us say that we took no precautions at all and allowed the viruses to spread freely in the community. Then it will spread very rapidly. Case numbers will increase exponentially rather than linearly, and the whole community will be affected in a brief time. That will lead to saturation of its healthcare services, overwhelming them. Patients will not receive life-saving treatment, and the infection fatality rate will rise. This is what happened in some parts of Italy, UK, USA, and Brazil. In Jared Diamond's language, we could call this a natural experiment. The consequences were, of course, disastrous. Intensive care facilities became woefully inadequate, and many patients who might have been saved with intensive treatment could not be saved, and the infection fatality rate rose towards 5 to 6%. Frontline healthcare workers were infected and many died, leading to weakening or even collapse of the healthcare system. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the biological point of view, we have two options. Option one, we can let the virus spread freely and have mass graves, crematoria working 24/7, and a sizable proportion of the population dying within a few months. Maybe around 5 to 6% of the population dying within about 3 to 6 months. Theoretically, in such circumstances of high virus transmission, the virus can also undergo natural selection to become either more virulent or less virulent. And of course, if it becomes more virulent, death rates can be even higher. Such predictions are part of what is known as theoretical biology, and I won't get into that because my understanding of that is very rudimentary. Option two, we can learn to live with the virus. This requires social distancing, personal health practices and etiquettes, occasional regional lockdowns and restarts, and so on. And this is called flattening the curve. This modified way of life has been called the new normal, and it will have to continue until herd immunity is achieved. In the natural course of events, this will take several years according to current estimates, or it could even be achieved faster if we had an effective vaccine. There is a less appreciated and less attempted option three called crushing the curve. Vietnam is an example of a country that has successfully adopted that, and that includes very drastic measures to trace infected persons and confine them. The arguments against that are not really medical, but social. Perhaps we might be able to revert to the old normal thereafter. This is probably what happened after the 1918-1919 influenza pandemic, or the so-called Spanish flu. Then again, it is also possible that the virus may produce a new strain that our immune system can't recognize, so that we all become non-immune once again. And the cycle would then have to be repeated, and the story may never end. Time alone can answer these questions. Today, we all know that going for herd immunity, as the UK did, is a bad idea. Indeed, it is an unethical policy. But when it first came out there, it wasn't just fanciful thinking. It was based on elegant mathematical modeling done by the world's best and most experienced experts in the subject, with a proven track record using real-life, reliable data from countries such as China. But what this data didn't reveal was how fast the virus can spread in the community if it is allowed to spread freely or even with some amount of mitigation, and how an exponential rise in numbers can quickly saturate healthcare services even in a developed country. It shows what over-reliance on conceptual reality can do. Mathematical modeling is in fact an elegant example of conceptual reality, and it should be used only with close and continuous reference to empirical findings or objective reality. Let me now come to the sociological realm. This flattening the curve option may be based on biological know-how, but it has to be carried out entirely based on sociological and anthropological know-how. It is a social and behavioral intervention. And this is one point that has not received nearly as enough attention as it deserves, both locally and globally. For example, we should not make social changes so severely as to harm our economy, because if we did that, we will next have to face another calamity, namely economic collapse. This might include loss of employment, contraction of the market, collapse of the industries, decrease in state revenue and welfare expenditure, collapse of healthcare and education, mass starvation, crime waves, and so on. Such economic calamity could happen dramatically, or it could even happen insidiously. As an example, a few weeks ago, meteorological stations in the USA calculated that in the 5 months from March to July this year, there had been around 225,000 excess deaths in the USA, of which only 2/3 could be attributed to COVID-19 itself, even indirectly. Now, while we might think that the USA did badly as a society, one can hardly say that its economy collapsed. So insidious effects can happen anywhere, right under everybody's noses. We also need inputs from social anthropology. For instance, we have seen how its lacking in the planning can lead to stigmatization and even criminalization of COVID-19 infection. We should remember that people who go into quarantine, especially when they do so on their own accord, are actually sacrificing their individual freedom for the benefit of the wider society. We must understand that the virus is well adapted to spread in crowded conditions, and the most careful of us can become infected in a moment so trivial that it doesn't even deserve to be called a mistake. The Japanese have simplified these conditions into the 3 C's: crowded places, confined spaces, and close contact. We are all in this together, the non-infected and the infected, the lucky ones and the unlucky ones. The medical profession in Sri Lanka still remembers the successful social marketing campaign that was carried out to destigmatize leprosy in the 1990s. I am sure you will all remember the teledrama Ali Langawalawa, which was the innovative curtain raiser of the campaign. That was planned by a combined team of medical anthropology, dermatology, epidemiology, and medical administration with help from communication experts. What this means is that we need a multidisciplinary effort among top-level think tanks, including not only the natural sciences, but also the social and behavioral sciences. We need a completely open mind, lots of empirical data, careful planning, fine-tuned strategizing, resolute implementing, close monitoring, constant reflecting, and periodic reviewing. There can be no place for professional one-upmanship, political maneuvering, or corporate sector deal games. The governors and the governed must have complete trust in each other. In short, it is the ultimate test of collective action. So let me state our social challenge in a nutshell. A, we must do our best to keep the case numbers below the saturation point of the healthcare services and avoid an epidemic catastrophe. B, we must also do our best to keep the economy running as normally as possible and avoid an economic catastrophe. C, to avoid both catastrophes, we must carry out an unprecedented program of social redesign with constant review and readjustment and continue it for several years or until an effective vaccine becomes available. And D, whatever we do, global change too is important. We will not be able to make our decisions entirely independently of what is going on out there. So let's start with the global society. Today, this new virus is wreaking havoc across human societies throughout the world. But this is not only through its disease-producing effect or pathogenicity. The lives of many more millions who are not even infected are affected than those who are actually ill. This is in sharp contrast to previous devastating pandemics such as plague, smallpox, cholera, and the so-called Spanish flu. This time around, the greater part of the havoc is socially engineered and biologically caused. For example, global interactions and interrelationships seem to be disentangling. National economies are disengaging from each other. The private sector has been exposed as a spoiled child, and the public sector proven to be reliable and duty conscious. Political structures are changing, following the rediscovery of a role for government in our lives. But this rediscovery is associated with more dissatisfaction with democracy than before, and a yearning for strong-arm government with isolationism and nationalism. It appears as if anti-democracy cynicism is becoming institutionalized. But even with strong-arm government, there is widespread realization that the top does not know best. Lifestyles are changing, and consumption patterns are changing so much that our atmosphere itself is clearing up, and the rise in global temperatures has recorded decelerations. The Anthropocene itself is slowing down. In short, the virus may be as invisible as the magnetism that Faraday worked with, but the two are proving to be equally powerful in their effects at the society level. Does this mean that this is the end of globalization or capitalism? Not really. The important point is that the virus spreads with human travel, not with goods transportation. There are, of course, some well-known and well-publicized findings about how the virus was found in meat, fish, and packings, and so on. But I don't think I think they are very unusual and easily rectified by disinfection. It is much more important to control the human travel, and therefore human travel will be what is curtailed in the future. The concept of travel bubbles is no doubt interesting, but even within these, the degree of travel cannot reach previous levels because frequent resurgence of the disease and recurrent isolations and lockdowns will be the norm even within these travel bubbles. So globalization, as far as goods, services, and finances are concerned, will not be affected. These can only be affected by the social changes themselves. The globalized mode of production will not go away, although it would be difficult to keep production at the same level as before because of both organizational challenges and reduced demand. International human travel will have to be drastically reduced, at least for several years, and technology will step in to solve the problems created by travel restrictions. What will go away are perhaps market fundamentalism, global free trade, McDonaldization of society, and some of the hegemonic ideas and consumerist fashions that have come to dominate our way of life. That is not because of any primary change to the structure of globalization, but because we have been forced to change. The push of the globalization will be there, but the pull will be less. We have been forced to rediscover our neighborhood, our home soil, our citizenship, and mundane things like our local vegetable supply, epitomized by the humble turmeric powder. As a result, the concept of localization, which is a concurrent existence of both global and local perspectives in our social lives, may become more important now. In fact, the concept of localization is almost as old as globalization itself and was probably first enunciated by the same expert, that is, Roland Robertson. But it is only in the last decade or so that it has been gaining prominence in response to the general indigenizing backlash against globalization. Now, with COVID-19, its time may have finally arrived. As a result, the idea of the global citizen will recede somewhat. We might still have a virtual global citizen, like someone who lives in Sri Lanka and works online in Canada or the USA. But overall, the discourse on the national social contract will re-emerge now. Why is all this important to us? We now come to the part of my talk that is of direct relevance to us in the academia. If COVID-19 affects our world in general so profoundly, it will naturally affect education and higher education too. As an example, if many of the jobs for the university educated has depended on the efficient functioning of mammoth macroeconomic structures, such as the global financial systems, stock market, service industries, and industrial R&D, then they might decrease now. The pace of education in society, not merely its volume, but also its values, is said to be renegotiated. Naturally, I can't tell you how this renegotiation will work out, but I think we need to be cognizant of it, understand it, and try to guide it in the right direction. The academia has a huge role to play here. This renegotiation, as well as the restriction to travel, will pose a huge challenge to the idea of the internationalization of higher education, the $300 billion per year industry. Many prominent higher education destinations will try to keep this idea alive, nevertheless, because it is their lifeblood, but they will have major problems. International higher education will now have to be much more internet-based. For example, recruitment drives, application processing, selection and admission of students, classrooms, assessments will all go more online. Students will be given a lot more freedom to pick, choose, and change course units. Curricula will have to incorporate localization, which requires a lot of diversity. Perhaps even the concept of the academic year may go away, and students will be allowed to join a course not only from wherever they want, but also whenever they want in the year. It would be interesting to see how all this will affect the criteria for world university rankings. I wonder if the universities in those higher education destinations will now start saying that having international students or international faculty exchange programs are less important for a good university. The flip side is that local universities such as our own state universities will probably gain some of their respect and prominence in the new scheme of things. Indigenous knowledge may get a chance to re-emerge. Another aspect that will gain ascendance is conditional knowledge, and maybe with that, some of the intermediate or appropriate technology that we used to talk a lot about in the 1970s and 1980s, before globalization arrived on the scene. One thing that we in the state universities need to really start worrying about is the worsening of inequity. To the old inequity of money has been added a new one, the inequity of technology, which is now the new arbiter of access to education. As we struggle to access, distribute, and learn how to use technology, the inequity in the distribution of technology will have a significant effect on education. Here I can give you a local past experience to draw from, namely the Kannangara reforms of 1945. What Dr. Kannangara really wanted to do was introduce English literacy to intellectually gifted children, irrespective of their socioeconomic status. So back then, English literacy was the new technology. And of course, it didn't work because it remained inequitably distributed. English literacy became known as the Kadua, the sword that was used to decapitate the children of the masses. This was at least partly responsible for the 1971 JVP insurrection. Today, the educated in Sri Lanka is no longer bilingual. Today, most of our students log in using smartphones rather than laptops, so our presentation slides appear to them matchbox-sized, and our text is ant-sized. At home, they lack the privacy and quiet surroundings needed for a lesson. My guess is that if online technology becomes the new Kadua in education, we may be sowing the seeds of the next youth insurrection. The real challenge is, however, not merely in ensuring fair distribution of online access, but ensuring fair distribution of the quality of the educational experience. As Philip Altbach and Hans Dewitt warn, of course, effective online learning and teaching are possible, but it takes time and support. Making these changes quickly is a guarantee of low quality. And quality drops further when many students are lacking sufficient equipment at home, such as a poor internet connection or lack of privacy, for example. So let us not idealize the current shift to online. In short, this is a reminder that quality depends on what the student perceives, not how we plan our lesson. But of course, I do appreciate very much that your university is the nation's premier university for distance learning, and my call for quality here might sound like taking Paul to Newcastle. That is not all. Right now, we are mostly focused on how to use technology to overcome the requirements for social distancing and travel restrictions. But in doing so, we may be missing the woods for the trees. What about the nature of this new type of interaction? If education is thought of merely as the acquisition of facts, then it may be fine. But if you think of it as a transformative experience, then the quality of the interaction and what effect it produces on the student's personality should be considered more important than our current concerns. By distancing the student from the teacher, the novice from the expert, or the apprentice from the master, what will happen to education? If the real-life teacher, who is living, breathing, responding, and innovating in front of the student, is replaced by a digital interface or a recorded session or a video clip, is it still education? Is the purpose of education illumination, or is it certification? That's not all. These technologies put a distance between not only student and teacher, but also between fellow students. What effect will that have? How important is interacting with others for one's personal growth? How important are interpersonal skills for one's future work? What effect will that have on the future professional who must not only give a technical solution to a client's problem, but also understand the client as a whole person with a unique psychological makeup and social background? What will it teach about interpersonal communication when we know that only 1/3 of communication is verbal and the rest is non-verbal? What effect will such learning in isolation have on a professional's understanding of the diversity, the inequity, and the very misfortunes in society, and on developing a social conscience? And without such a social conscience, what use is education or even certification? Will our future intellectuals become socially immature data crunchers rather than emotionally intelligent, socially competent adults? In short, is remoteness really a virtue? Should we try to adopt remoteness, or should we try to avoid it? In the midst of the virus, how do we cope? We don't need to feel ashamed or frightened to ask these questions. Let me quote at some length from our Indian counterparts in the hope of infusing some courage to our convictions. They say not having students face-to-face within the confinement of a physical classroom may hinder the interaction between students and teachers. Even within the online format, students are usually required to keep the cameras off due to bandwidth constraints, making it challenging for the faculty to understand the receptiveness of students. And of course, from experience, we know that over here, they don't like to keep their cameras on, not because of bandwidth problems, but also because of the fact that it exposes their domestic environment to the others. Also, in the absence of the peer-to-peer interactions that are common on physical campus and lack of extracurricular activities, students will not have the required social and emotional development opportunities. These are essential for developing students with well-rounded personalities, helping them build an effective social network and supporting them in understanding the values of collaboration, teamwork, diversity, practical implementation of skills learned, and interpersonal skills. So let us see as our real challenge the necessity to understand the new situation from a societal and human angle as an alteration to social interactions and human perceptions, rather than a need to adopt new technological tools and digital skills. Let me now come to the issues in medical education itself. First, I will deal with changes to medicine itself, and then the changes to medical education. So let's look at the changes we may see in medicine itself. People often say that we will now rediscover public health and the state's role in it, now that even affluent countries with advanced healthcare systems had to learn a bitter lesson. I'm not quite so sure. Of course, I do accept, and I have always accepted, that public health is important. But the reason why some countries had championed it in the past is not because of enlightened policy. Some countries, including colonial and post-colonial Ceylon, did so because of democratization. But the democratization of the 1930s and 1940s was one that saw rational policies being applied across the island. An excellent example is the colonial government's response to the devastating malaria epidemic of the mid-1930s. It is generally believed that it is this response that put in place much of the public health infrastructure and the community service infrastructure, including primary health care, that has led to most of the successes that we speak of so proudly today. That was a different kind of democracy when we just combined with meritocracy. From the 1950s onwards, it has been replaced by identity politics, majoritarianism, regionalism, and kleptocracy. If democracy takes a backseat even more in the post-COVID world, then public health has more to fear than rejoice. Other countries, such as the former colonial empires, invested in public health in the 19th and 20th centuries only because they needed a large, healthy workforce for their industrial factories, armies, and merchant navies. And today, industrialized countries are replacing human power by machinery, factory workers by robotics, and armies by missiles and drones. So I will not hold my breath or assume that public health is going to be back with a vengeance. It might instead give rise to, or indeed accelerate, a new techno-savvy public health industry. In fact, in industrialized countries, even knowledge workers may begin to be replaced by artificial intelligence. So I'm not sure if even universities will be needed to the same extent that encouraged their massification in the middle of the 20th century. Another important change that I foresee in medicine is in its dominant biomedical ethics paradigm. Since the 1970s, biomedical ethics has been based on the so-called four Beauchamp-Childress principles of individual autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice, of which individual autonomy held primacy over the others. But the healthcare catastrophes in places like Italy and UK, where facilities became saturated and death became the all too prevalent reality, challenged all that. Individual autonomy became sidelined in favor of the greater good of the community. The medical profession there had to be forced to ask some very difficult questions, and it is possible that this might have important repercussions on the dominant autonomy-based bioethics paradigm in the future. Now let's move on from medicine to medical education. One obvious and certain manner in which medical education will have to change is in preparing our graduates for future pandemics, or at least infectious disease outbreaks. And hereafter, medical and healthcare curricula will certainly have to give pride of place to infectious diseases, outbreak management, skills in using personal protective equipment, and so on. The experience with pandemics has given rise to, the experience with the pandemic has given rise to a surgence of concepts such as the beneficence, altruism, and indeed even sacrifice. Up until now, we have valorized healthcare workers like Dr. Carlo Urbani, who brilliantly identified the 2002 SARS outbreak at a very early stage and saved the world, but himself contracted the virus and died of it. And the many volunteering doctors and nurses who have silently gone to Africa to look after the doomed villagers caught up in Ebola outbreaks. But in the future, these may be more integral parts of our job description and will be prevalent in our neighborhoods, rather than being examples of exceptional valor seen in exotic locations. With COVID-19, we have already lost over 7,000 healthcare workers to the virus throughout the world. Now, would-be healthcare workers know that they must be prepared to work in pandemic situations with a significant amount of risk to themselves and their families. But when exceptional circumstances become normal circumstances in the near future, can we expect exemplary behavior also to become the norm? Or will people find an easy way out instead? Will a new stratification of healthcare workers come into existence where power differentials determine who has greater risk exposure? Will tomorrow's frontline healthcare workers who take the brunt of the risk be more like the firefighters who go in with valor and superior technology and advanced training? Or more like the coal miners who are only looking for an escape from poverty? As medical teachers, our real worry is what the absence or paucity of in-person teaching would do to medical education, especially clinical training. Already, this has been compromised by rising student numbers. In the last several decades, social distancing requirements could make it matters worse now. The way that I see it, to the academia, all this is not so much a calamity as it is a challenge. In fact, it is more a reappearance of an old challenge that we have been comfortably and wrongly ignoring until now. Let me explain what this ignored challenge is. In the last several decades, globalization has subdued concepts such as subsistence existence, self-sufficiency, local know-how, and the technological solutions that were called intermediate or appropriate technology. Political economic pluralism was steamrolled by the Washington Consensus, technological pluralism by multinational corporations, and cultural pluralism by McDonaldization of society. Our duties towards each other were replaced by individual rights. And individual human rights became so much championed that even lawyers forgot about community rights. Society championed credit cards and narcissism. To paraphrase John Baudrillard, the only beauty in our lives had become the beauty of cosmetic surgery, designer fashion, postmodern architecture, and urban planning, and the only truth was what opinion calls manufacture. Marsha Angel has written and spoken widely about the USA national health system, and it has been illuminating. I often think, how can top medical academics in the USA become the most frequent winners of Nobel Prizes and reach the highest numbers of publications, citations, and patents, and their healthcare system become the one with the world's most advanced healthcare technology, and their country become the highest per capita spenders on healthcare in the world? While 1/3 of their compatriots had no health insurance and therefore could not access any healthcare, and another 1/3 was underinsured and therefore were undertreated. Whose benefit, apart from their own, were they working so hard for? Indeed, both as a country and as a world, we could have done better to be prepared for this pandemic itself. The World Health Organization first warned us about a pandemic like this way back in 1999. But we had other priorities like privatizing healthcare, including even public health infrastructure. Not only that, we might even have been able to prevent the pandemic itself. Over 75% of new human pathogens come from our interactions with animals and environment, and studying these interactions helps to prevent such disease emergence. The world's top scientists have pointed that out, and it is called One Health. But we had other priorities, like cracking the human genome open to have new biotechnology industries. The scientists moved even further on from One Health to planetary health, but we focused more on more particularist approaches like personalized medicine, health consumerism, biological enhancement, and so on, because that was where the stock market beckoned us. While all this change was taking place in society through these several decades, universities were conspicuous by their silence, if not acquiescence. One of the most chilling statements about this was recently made by Australian academic Angus Kennedy. Rather than being relevant to society, instead the role of the university is a model of how society should be. Its foundation showed that society believed there were higher things more important than the material and the mundane, and that they were the rightful objects of study by those who had a higher calling, a more noble profession than soldiery or buying and selling in the marketplace. Kennedy's statement is, of course, not new. 50 years previously, Theodore Roszak, in his book, The Dissenting Academy, asked his fellow US academics in the humanities to cease functioning as the handmaidens of whatever political, military, paramilitary, or economic elites happen to be financing, and to become an independent source of knowledge, value, and criticism. And before all of them was Socrates. To which sort of treatment of our city do you urge me? Is it to combat the Athenians until they become as virtuous as possible, prescribing to them like a physician? Or is it to be their servant and cater to their pleasure? As Socrates, Roszak, and others had pointed out, for intellectuals, it is not enough to be expert critics. They must also be radical dissenters when the occasion demands. George Orwell put it pithily in his dystopian novel 1984. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. That was the path we were taking. What the pandemic did was to slow us down, to let us catch up our breath, give us some thinking space. We were momentarily stopped in our tracks and made to go back to the drawing boards, as it were. I was reminded of the heroes of my youth, like the environmentalist Rachel Carson, or the economist E.F. Schumacher, or the iconoclastic social reformer Ivan Illich, or our own educationist A.W. Adhikara. I felt the need to dig out their books and start rereading them. If the academia didn't respond correctly in the past because it was too busy, now we have the wisdom of hindsight and the thinking space to put things right. I think that with the COVID-19, the universities were given another chance. Indeed, Paddy Cosgrave, an influential European technology entrepreneur, even pointed out that we could even be optimistic. He said, in 1665, Cambridge University closed down because of the plague. Isaac Newton decided to work from home. He discovered calculus and the laws of motion. Just saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, rather than worrying about the unknown, I think we can take a page out of Krishnamurti and utilize what we already know to face the current uncertainty. We can make use of the accidental activation of the pause button to our lives and take stock of the direction we were taking. What is more, the academia is the very place for it, because we will not find a more multidisciplinary environment that enables us to enrich each other's worldviews. Our starting point is to remind ourselves that human beings are social animals. From that foundation, and with our intellectual tools and life's experiences, we can build the post-COVID world of tomorrow. As Barack Obama said, the only thing that is the end of the world is the end of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panduka Karunanayaka, for being our first keynote speaker for OURS 2020. We will now gently move on to the very first session of this of OURS. The session one, the theme is open and distance learning, and it will be chaired by Professor S.A. Aryadure. I invite Professor S.A. Aryadure to take over and initiate this very important session.
Okay, thank you very much, Lal. So the next session will be, as Lal has already told, theme is open and distance learning, and this session will consist of two parts. In the first part, we will be having 4 presenters, and then it will continue to have another second part where there will be other 4 presenters. The process is like this. Now we already have the presentations with us recorded, and so they will be played, and each presenter is given 10 minutes time to do the presentation, after which there will be 5 minutes given for question time. And those who want to ask the question are requested to use the raise hand button, which is available under the chat menu. Please use that, and then you will be given the permission to ask the questions. The presenter is kindly requested, after the presentation is done in the 10 minutes time, to unmute his microphone and also the video and come on board to the presentation. So with those instructions, we'll start the presentation. The first presentation is titled "The Effectiveness of Online Group Discussions for Chemistry Practicals," and the paper is written by K.G. Jalat and P.N.S. Patiranahe. And the presenter will be Dr. Kumudika Jayalat from the Open University of Sri Lanka, Kandy Regional Center.
I am Dr. Kumudika Jayalat. Title of the study is The Effectiveness of Online Group Discussions for Chemistry Practicals. Let's move to the introduction part. The Open University of Sri Lanka adopts an open and distance learning system. In this system, course materials are provided, and this is a student-centered learning system. Therefore, group discussions are more effective. During the COVID-19 pandemic period, gatherings are limited. Therefore, online group discussions are needed to motivate the students towards the studies. Then, the objectives of this study are to motivate the students towards the chemistry practicals via online group discussions, and to minimize the time allocated for pre-laboratory questions. If we can introduce group discussions via online, we can introduce pre-laboratory questions to students before attending to the lab classes. Therefore, we can reduce the number of practical hours or maximize the time allocated for practical aspects. When we do this kind of group discussions, we can increase the student-teacher relationship as well. Methodology. Sample selection. Level 3 students who are doing basic practical chemistry 1 at Kandy Regional Center were selected for sampling. After getting the approval for sampling, invited to the students via existing WhatsApp group at Kandy Regional Center participate to this activity involuntarily, and ask the students prepare 4 to 6 membered student containing WhatsApp groups. After 2 days, 17 groups were prepared with 96 students. Thereafter, 4 experiments were selected based on the theory given in Level 3 Chemistry Practical course material. The selected experiments were mixed indicator titration, redox titration, iodometry, and voltammetry. Next, 4 learning materials were prepared for each and every experiment. 4 learning materials were only objective, theory, demonstration video, and lecture video. After preparing the learning materials, first experiment was introduced to the students via WhatsApp groups. Here, 4 learning materials such as objective, theory, demonstration video, and lecture video were shuffled among the groups, and only 1 learning material was given for a group. After 2 days of study, time slot for the quiz was selected by themselves based on the availability of all the members of their groups. Thereafter, multiple choice quiz was uploaded to the WhatsApp group and they had to perform on it individually. Finally, all the quizzes were collected and uploaded their marks to the WhatsApp group and clarified their doubts regarding that experiment. This process was continued for other 3 experiments by giving a chance to the students work on different learning materials. Let's move to the results and discussion part. Comparison of quiz mark with the different learning materials. This graphical representation showed quiz marks for 4 different learning materials. Here, N is the number of students answered for the quiz. For the quiz 1, 81 students were participated. When consider the quiz 1, all the set of data was normally distributed and one-way ANOVA was applied and it showed there was no significant difference among the learning materials for the performance of students on their quizzes. Not only the quiz 1, quiz 2 also showed the same results. Quiz 3 and quiz 4 also showed the same results and it indicated there was no significant difference among the learning materials for the performance of students on the quizzes. However, feedback form collected from the students via Google form showed the student preference on learning materials. According to this graph, most of the students would like to watch demonstration videos than the other learning materials. Let's move to the student preference towards online group activities based on their feedback form. According to this chart, 96% of students would like to participate this kind of online activities. Among them, 60% of students preferred this as pre-activity while 40% of students prefer this as post-activity. Further, student preference on time slot for quiz was collected from their feedback forms. According to that, 48% students would like to sit for the quizzes at 9:30 to 10:30 p.m., while 25% students would like to sit for the quizzes at 7:30 to 8:30. Based on the results, I categorized them into 3: morning, evening, and night. According to this, 73% of students would like to sit for the quizzes at night. Therefore, these results will be helpful to the Open University to conduct the online exams in future. In addition to that, the study further indicated the importance of regular motivation. As I mentioned earlier, 17 groups were prepared and I asked the students submit their own flowcharts before attending to the quiz. And I reminded it for the students for experiment number 1, 2 and 3. But for the experiment number 4, I did not remind it for the groups. Then it realized that even though they had a regular practice to submit that flowchart, only 35% students submitted it without any reminder. Therefore, this results further indicated that regular reminders are necessary to motivate the students towards the online activity. Let's move to the conclusion. Online group discussions and the supplementary learning materials can be effectively used to motivate the students to read the course materials. Student performance does not depend on the supplementary learning material. But most of students prefer to watch the demonstration videos as a supplementary learning material for chemistry practicals. However, for the online group discussions, regular monitoring, reminders, and motivations are needed. Actually, this study was conducted during the first round of COVID-19 pandemic period in Sri Lanka, and limited students were participated for this study because I selected voluntary students from the Kandy Regional Center. Therefore, we have to apply this online group discussions for regular chemistry practicals in future. And we have to compare the effectiveness of online group discussions toward the students' performance as well. Finally, I would like to thank to the head of the department and also to the faculty coordinator for giving me this opportunity to conduct this study, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jalat. We will go to question time. You have 5 minutes. If anybody has any questions, you can raise those. Anybody, any questions, please?
Professor Aryadure, I have raised my hand.
Okay. Right, so you can ask, because I can't see the raised hand. The list is long, so the participant list is too long. It doesn't come
It is
into.
in the. Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah,
now very interesting findings. Have you checked the nature of the students, whether they are working students or non-working? Because it is very interesting to see that they want night time to answer these questions. That is a very interesting result.
Yes, sir, but most of 97% of students are unmarried who participated for this study, and 97% of students unemployment. But I can't see what is the reason they actually like to participate for this kind of activities at night time, even though they are in unemployment situation.
Yeah, but then I think as a follow-up of this work, you can also do that and see why it is needed.
Okay, sir.
Why the prefer? Okay, Dr. Gayatri Gamage has raised the question. Hand.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jayalat. It was very informative. Can I just ask, like, how many students were actually registered for this course, and how many actually participated in these experiments?
For this course, 179 students participated, but for the Kandy Regional Center, we have our own WhatsApp group for them. It contains 119 students, and students participated for this activity. It means more than half of the students participated. Is it enough for you?
Okay, are there any other questions?
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Are there anybody who wants to raise any question? Okay, I see no other raise. Yes, one. Professor Bandarage again. Professor Bandarage?
Okay, this very interesting. I mean, we must use these new technologies to motivate students. You said briefly that you have to check the effectiveness, because whatever we do, I think we should check the effectiveness. Perception is very good. You have to keep the students happy, but at the same time, you must look at some hard data and see whether there is really any improvement in their academic performance.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with those comments, I think it's a very useful research, and I think this research findings have to be disseminated further so that the university can learn lessons from that, and then we can practice some of those things in our activities. And thank you once again, Dr. Jalat. We will move to the second presentation. The second presentation is titled Virtual Teaching Dynamics in Urban Sri Lanka, Current Attitudes of Secondary School Teachers Towards Virtual Teaching. The presentation, the paper is, the author of the paper is Ms. Antoinette Lakshika Christie, and her affiliation is Excelsior College, New York, USA. May I request Ms. Christie to do the presentation? Your presentation will, I think the recorded presentation will be played now. And after 10 minutes, you'll be ready for your question time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lakshika Christie, and my research is about the virtual teaching dynamics in urban Sri Lanka. So this is with a special reference to the attitudes of secondary school teachers towards virtual teaching, which is one of the timely topic. This is basically a small research which is done in the Western Province. I am very glad to present this research in a research symposium which is happening fully in an online platform, because it perfectly matches some of the concepts of my research. So here we go. Incorporating technology is the current trend of this century. Incorporating it in the field of education is one of the proven methods of effective teaching. This is not only relevant to the developed countries, this is also relevant to the developing countries like us as well. This trend was introduced to Sri Lanka in the year 2000 at the tertiary level of education. It was introduced with the introduction of Bachelor of Information Technology by University of Colombo, which later evolved into EBIT. Later, this trend was followed by Open University of Sri Lanka from year 2003. This worked well with the tertiary level of education. In the secondary level of education, even though an attempt was made in incorporating technology with the introduction of first cloud smart classroom in Sri Javadhanapura Mahavidyalaya, Kotte, this was not introduced to other schools and put into practice, because schools were very content with the traditional way of teaching and on-site classes. An incorporation of technology in education system was not given much focus and attention in the secondary level until the unexpected sudden closure of schools that occurred on the 12th March 2020 due to the pandemic situation. When the need of virtual teaching raised in the secondary level of education, the need of research also raised with this. This research was done with the purpose to investigate the attitudes of teachers towards the effectiveness of virtual teaching during this situation, and also to find the motivating factors that had an effect on this. So this research was started with three hypotheses. First one, in the attitudes of teachers, there is a negative correlation between the virtual teaching method and its effectiveness. The second one, salary increment and promotion positively correlates with the attitude of teachers in the virtual teaching. Third one, job security, support and training from school and colleagues positively correlates with the attitudes of teachers in virtual teaching. To check these hypotheses, a survey was conducted among 88 participants who are secondary school teachers in the schools of urban areas of Western Province. So they were sent an online questionnaire with some questions related to their experience, subject, virtual class durations per week, the teaching aids they use, their syllabus coverages, the disciplinary issues of students, their effective mode of teaching, and their preferred mode of teaching with some
Is there a problem? I'm not hearing the.
with some other relevant main questions related to their motivation, confidence, and what they think about the current teaching method. So this research hypothesis was tested through regression analysis. So these are the findings of the research. In this slide, you can see there are two pie charts. One is the acceptance of virtual teaching in pre-COVID context. The other one is the preference of doing virtual teaching after situation get back to normal. This is after 4 months of virtual teaching, these teachers were answering the questionnaire. So if you see the acceptance of virtual teaching in the pre-COVID context, we can observe that there are so many no's. So which means much acceptance was not given for virtual teaching in the pre-COVID context. But after doing 4 months of virtual classes, yes, the no's have not completely changed to yes, but it has changed to maybes, which is one of the good sign of the evolution of acceptance of virtual teaching from classroom teaching to a blended approach. Yes, it's not completely they are accepting or welcoming the virtual teaching, but they are more into the blended approach now. In the questionnaire, teachers were given a scale to assess the effectiveness of virtual teaching and the motivating factors. The scale was given in questionnaire to find the correlation. The scale was numbered from 1 to 5, where 5 represented the maximum effectiveness and motivation, and 1 represented the minimum effectiveness and motivation. Here we can see from the results that there is a strong positive correlation has been obtained for the effectiveness of virtual teaching with related to the variables, job security, and seriousness of pandemic situation. In this slide, again, we can see that there is a positive correlation between the virtual teaching and the motivating factor, which is the support and training from the school and colleagues. So, we can assume that most of the motivating factors and the effective teaching goes hand in hand and it correlates. But when it comes to salary increment and promotion, surprisingly, a negative correlation was obtained, which also proved the second hypothesis of this research is wrong. So the key findings can be summarized in this way. In the attitudes of teachers, a moderately positive correlation was found between the virtual teaching method and its effectiveness. A negative correlation was found between the virtual teaching and the motivating factors such as salary increment and promotion in this situation. Positive correlation was obtained for the motivating factors such as support and training from school and colleagues in virtual teaching. A strong positive correlation was obtained between the virtual teaching and the factors such as job security and the current pandemic situation. With a key finding, it is also found that teachers are finding virtual teaching more challenging and stressful. This is due to the long work hours and the late night training sessions from school. They find it that more time is needed for lesson preparation in virtual platform than in classroom teaching. Teachers find very less disciplinary issues in virtual teaching, and it is also reasoned out that it is due to the lack of participation of students. Teachers find the syllabus coverage very faster in online platform than in classroom teaching because they find very less distractions due to the lack of participation of students. Teachers don't find virtual teaching much ideal for below average students. They say it is very hard for the below average students to grasp the lessons in virtual platform. But they find it very effective for the average and the above average students. Lack of training, lack of support from colleagues, less experience and knowledge with technology, and lack of confidence are mentioned as common problems. Even though virtual teaching is not 100% welcomed, blended teaching is mostly preferred due to the situation. Job security, confidence, knowledge, and support from colleagues and school management plays a big role in the effectiveness and the motivation of the virtual teaching, which cannot be denied from the results obtained. As any research has certain limitations, this research also has some limitations. We could identify 3 limitations from this research. The first one is the participants of this research were teachers from the western province of Sri Lanka. Other provinces are not considered in this research due to the time constraint. Therefore, this survey needs to be extended and carried out covering all the provinces in Sri Lanka. The sample size of the research is the second limitation of this research. The sample size is very small due to the problem with the availability of teachers and the time limitation. The third limitation is that the survey was carried out among the teachers of international schools and semi-government schools. It could not be carried out among the government school teachers of Sri Lanka. In future, these elements should be included for the generalizability of this research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christie. Can you come online, please?
Yes, I am there.
And we have already a question person has raised, Dr. Professor Anton Piyaratne. Can you ask your question, please?
Thank you, Professor Aryadure, and it's very interesting presentation. Please, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, and here your research is about online teaching in relation to private sector, semi-government sector schools. I got really phone calls from teachers from the private school. They said, our principal and also the management really pressurizing for us to go on online teaching without giving proper facilities, and they are highly pressurized and depressed. And they said, some of our teachers will commit suicide as well. So it has gone to the pressurization has gone to that level, because even during COVID-19, these private schools have charged the semester fees. And once the fee is charged, there's a lot of pressurization for teachers from the school management. How do you see this dimension? Because I don't see that dimension in your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, as a teacher, okay, this needs to be included in the further research for me to give the generalizability. But as a teacher, what I feel is, most of the people have not got their full salary, but then certain schools has took the trouble to pay the full salary. And then Education, yes, it's a service, but nowadays it has become a business. When it comes to international school, they are getting the money from the children. So what will happen is they have to go for the full timetable for them to get the money. So with the money only they can pay the teachers. So what the concept is, this psychological aspect of the teachers has not been considered. But to be honest, we cannot do this research because that would go on beyond the ethics of the school management. Even these 88 participants, the big trouble was, according to the school guidelines, they were not allowed to answer any questions. So this kind of research only and only if the schools give permission, we can conduct research. And thank you so much, and I'll consider this in my next research.
Okay, is there
The
anybody
depression is
else?
real.
Yeah, anybody else?
Again, I have a simple question. I am Bandarage. Now, again, I think this is very good because books will disappear slowly and electronic things are coming. And this remote thing, we have to somehow make sure they are effective. Now, your first conclusion, I saw you say it is effective. Am I right? You said it is
Yes,
effective.
it is
What you
effective for the
mean?
average students and above average students.
No, you showed the conclusions, right? First one, I'm talking about the first one. Now you came to the conclusion based on the perception, am I right? That you saw
I
that
came
there
to the
was a shift
conclusion
in the
only
preference.
with the answers of the 88 participants.
Yeah, see this first one. No, yeah, this okay. Now this one. No, sorry. The right here, the first moderately. No, that the first bullet. Now my question is now. Yeah, that one. Yeah, this one. See, the last thing is effective. You check the
According to
effectiveness
yes,
based on the perception. Am I right?
based on the answers with the 88 participants who are teachers and who answered saying it is effective for the average and the above average students, not for the below average students.
Okay. Thanks.
Welcome.
Are there any other questions? If not, I have one question. Can you go to the pie chart slide, please? There I noticed that even though you said that no has become maybe, I also noticed that yes, which was 21%, has come down to 13% in the other one. Did you notice that change, and did you see why it has come down?
I never really noticed that change.
Okay. Okay, so that is something I noted. There was a drop in yes also. Anyway, if there are no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Christie. We move now to the
Thank you, sir.
third presenter. The presentation, third presentation, the title of the presentation is Feasibility of Implementing Mobile Learning Environment to Facilitate School Teachers During COVID-19 Pandemic. This paper is written by Mr. Nalin Gamage, and he will be the presenter. Mr. Nalin Gamage is from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. Can we start the presentation, please?
If I say COVID is the most common topic these days, I'm pretty sure most of you will agree with me. And that's why we have to do this presentation away from the Open University. So today I'm going to present about the feasibility of implementing mobile learning environment to facilitate the school teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. Education during the time of COVID is really challenging. According to UNESCO, the student not attending school or universities during the COVID time is rising. And according to Fields and Hartnett, the amount is around 90%. Which figures 1.5 billion. I'm pretty sure that figure is much increased at the right moment. However, in Indonesian study, Sarah mentioned that about 75 of their students engage in mobile learning session during pandemic, though there are some obstacles. In addition, Tokero mentioned this is an opportunity to upgrade the delivery mode of education and transfer to emerging technologies. Therefore, the objective of this research is to find out the feasibility of implementing a mobile learning environment to support the continuous teaching process for the school teachers. For that, we have to find out whether the available digital devices with the teachers can be used to facilitate as an infrastructure of the mobile learning environment, and also whether they have sufficient knowledge and possible motivation to work with this mobile learning environment. And finally, to find out the cooperative and restrictive factors during the process. As this research was done during the lockdown period, for most of the research communication, online forms and telephone conversation has been used. Because there was no research found in the local context on this nature, exploratory research design is used in this study. Mixed method is used during a convenient sample of 63 female teachers whom are mostly from public school and around 29% of the teachers from private school, and the rest is from international school. Half of the population is from semi-urban areas, and the majority of the rest, around 46%, from the urban areas. The frame model by Margaret Kuhl is used as the theoretical model of the study. According to her, there are three important aspects: device, learner, and social. Device aspect mainly consider the size, weight, and the keyboard size or the screen size of the device. And the learner aspect mainly consider about memory, prior knowledge, and emotion. Social aspect consider about social constraint, quality of the relationship between peers and the teachers. However, the real mobile learning takes place at the intersection of these three aspects, which is marked as TLS. According to Kuhl, mobile learning, the TLS, is an enhanced cognitive environment in which the distance learners can interact with the physical and the virtual environments. Intention of the first research question is to find out whether the available digital devices with the teachers can be used to facilitate as the infrastructure of the mobile learning environment. According to those teachers, 98% of them use laptops, 94% of them use smartphones. For mobile or broadband connections, 76% of them use home broadband and 25% of them use mobile internet. And it was found around 98% of the sample surf the internet as a daily basis. And these information are sufficient to make sure that the available devices can be used as the infrastructure for the mobile learning environment. The second research question was about digital literacy and the motivation. From the sample, there are about 5% who has no basic knowledge about computer or mobile phone. And 95% of the sample were willing to have training session using YouTube because that was the most convenient way for them. And 93% of the sample believes that mobile learning environment increase the communication between teacher and the student. Together with 97 people believing teaching can be enhanced using digital tools, and 85% believe that they need to improve their digital literacy. There was no negative response from any of the teachers. However, with above information, it can be seen that majority of the teachers are motivated and process digital literacy to initiate the MLE, but there's a need to improve their digital literacy in the future. The third research question was to find the restrictive or positive factors. Some teachers were forced by the administration to adhere to MLE, but it made the teachers stress and dislike the process. For some, they had difficulties with creating multimedia lessons because they have no idea or exposure towards those multimedia tools. However, parent involvement was high with some students, which made it a positive side. There were a lot of network-related issues, such as slow network and unavailability of mobile data recharge cards and top-up facilities. It is still there to a certain extent, but mobile companies has given solution for that at the moment. So student participation was very low in some classes. That was the demotivating factors for most of the teachers. And teachers commented that teaching online is a good thing that COVID-19 gave them. So that was a positive factor. So in the conclusion, it should be mentioned that the real problem is not the infrastructure, but the digital literacy as well as the motivation to engage with the new pedagogy for these teachers. As mentioned before, unavailability of prepaid data is settled up to a certain level now because company has given more flexibility towards the customers. And it is essential to minimize the digital divide, irrespective of urban or rural areas, because I have found it's there in the urban areas too. As a recommendation, there's a need to carry out studies with a mixed group of teachers, together with the possibility of implementing a central repository with shared access to all the teachers island-wide with the guidelines to find out the feasibility of this kind of thing, and degree of involvement of the student is much needed in this kind of studies. These are my references. Professor Christine Greenhow from Michigan State University says, in the same way our country invested our physical infrastructure such as highways, this pandemic has highlighted the need for a similar investment for all students to successfully learn with technology. I think this will be the same with our students too in the future. Therefore, according to this study, I believe by empowering teachers, we can achieve that target in the future too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gamage. We will go to the question time. The Anybody who wants to ask any question, please raise your hand. And also, when you're asking question, please unmute as well as and put your video also on. Are there any questions? Anybody? Any question? So I don't see any raised hands. So probably there are no questions. And so Mr. Gamage, thank you very much once again for that presentation. We will move to the fourth paper of the session. The title of the paper is Summative Evaluation of a Mobile Learning Application Using a Tablet Computer, Experiences of Health Science Undergraduate Learners. The paper is authored by B.G. Jayatilaka, G.R. Ranavaka, and G.G.W.C. Vijayasekara, all of them from the Open University. And the presenter of the paper is Dr. Gayatri Jayatilaka. Can you have the presentation, please?
Good morning, everybody. This research is a collaborative study conducted between the Faculty of Health Sciences and the Center for Education, Technology and Media. I am going to present the study on behalf of the research team, Professor Gaya Ranavaka. And Mrs. Chamali Vijayasekara. The title of the presentation is Summative Evaluation of a Mobile Learning Application Using a Tablet Computer, Experiences of Health Science. First of all, I will give a brief introduction about the study and the context. Then I will explain the methodology used in this study. Next, I will discuss the results and finally end the presentation with the conclusion. All universities have challenges in teaching and learning. The Open University is no exception. We have observed that the distribution of printed course material on time is the major challenge over the past few years. In 2015, the senior management was thinking of introducing tablet computers for USL learners as a solution. Considering the potential of using new technologies for enhancing the teaching and learning. In this context, Faculty of Health Sciences decided to investigate in this area. This whole project can be divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, in 2016, baseline survey was conducted. And in phase 2, in 2017, mobile application was designed and developed using design-based research. Subject experts, researchers, multimedia developer, educational technologists and users were involved from the design phase to the end. Then in phase 3, this designed mobile application was tested with real students, and I am going to present the findings today. Methodology. Qualitative research design was used in this study. Observations and interviews were used as research methods. Tablet computers were given to students to go through the mobile applications, and afterwards they were interviewed, either individually or in groups. Sample was a purposeful sample with 31 students. I will elaborate on the sample in the next slide. Interview data were analyzed using content analysis. The major areas were identified and triangulated with observational data. Sample. Nursing program is conducted in all regional centers. So you can see we managed to get participants from most of the regional centers. Pharmacy and MLS is conducted only in Colombo, and 7 participated in each of these programs. When we were going through the interview data, at one point we found that there were no new information emerging from the interviews. Then we realized that we have reached the saturation point and decided not to conduct any more interviews. Demographics. You can see females and males represented even in the BSc nursing program. We managed to get 1 male nurse to participate in this study. Both single and married participants were in the sample. Except for the BMLS, other ethnic groups were also represented. You can see the age distribution. We managed to get participants from each cohorts. So we can conclude that this sample was a representative one. Research question 1. How did the undergraduates of the Faculty of Health Sciences use the mobile application via a tablet computer? Before answering the research question, I will explain the design features. You can see the interface is very simple. Students have to use only the start button to start the program, and then clear instructions were given on how to use the application at the beginning, and in certain instances also inbuilt instructions were provided for them to go through the application without any difficulty. So students can use these buttons, start button or arrow button, to go through from one screen to the other. So what we observed was they managed to go through the application without any difficulty, except in one instance where they had the difficulty of rotating the tablet computer. So almost all the students went through this application without any difficulty, and majority they used the application in a linear fashion. Second research question, what were their reading behaviors? As mentioned earlier, students use the arrow buttons to navigate through the application. They read the text and they concentrate on figures. If there were more figures, they use the figures more than the reading the text. When it comes to interactive figures, they use interactive figures and enlarge, or they use the 3D view to get the view. And if open activities, they clicked open activities, and if it is multiple choice matching sort of questions they attempted, but if they have to write something, then most of the students, they skip the activity. In one session in BSc nursing program, embedded video was used, and all the students they used this video. Some students, they missed activities, especially if the activities or figures were displayed parallel to the main text. And some also paid less attention to the bottom left hand buttons like menu and notes. The majority did not use the learner control panel, which were displayed on the top right hand. These learner control panel was specially designed for field dependent learners. They prefer to select the options, and they also would like to have the freedom so that they can select whatever the things that they would like to use. Program control panel, in contrast, designed for the field independent learners, where they would like to go through the application in a linear manner. So in research also indicated that science students, they prefer the linear path using program control buttons. Research question 3, what were their perceptions on using mobile applications for future studies? When we analyzed the interview data, we found 4 factors. First one is the motivation factor. After going through the application, all the students mentioned that the experience was excellent, very impressive, very good, and better than the printed material. Second is the access factor. They comment on the portability of the device, and they mention that they can access the content from anywhere and anytime, and also to get updates quickly. Third factor is the inherent factor. It's quite immediate for them to use, and then color zooming facility, and then the highlighting text, copying and pasting, all that. So these inherent factors are common to any technological applications, and we call it technological affordances. Fourth factor is the learning factor. Students commented on the instant feedback that they got from the application so that they can compare their answers with the expert opinions. They also value their different strategies used to engage the learner throughout the learning process. And they also commented on the modes used in this application, for instance, video clips and other simulations, so that the application caters to the different types of learners. In conclusion, we can say that the learners enjoyed and had a meaningful learning experience. We identified 4 factors. Then the study confirmed earlier research findings where the majority preferred the linear way of going through the application, and some had the difficulty of doing parallel tasks. It also gave some insights for designing for mobile application. Still, 6 students preferred print material, and if the university is going through this direction, then sustainable changes are required to diffuse this technology into the organizational culture of the Open University. Acknowledgements. The OUSL for providing funds to the OUSL research grant, Mr. Manoj Dharmaratna, developer of the mobile application, and the staff and undergraduates of Faculty of Health Sciences for their support. Thank you.
Okay, we open the forum for any questions. Anybody, any questions? Right, Dr. Gayani Gamage.
Thank you, Dr. Gayatri, for that presentation, very clear presentation. Just wanted to ask the question. So when you were talking about the slides where they had the pictures as well as the explanations, what was the methodology used to find if they concentrated more on the pictures than the text?
Gayani, this was actually used the observations as well. So the researcher was observing the people when they were going through the tablet application. So you can see they were concentrating they have the tablet with them. So you can see they were concentrating on the figures, or they just click that and enlarge, whatever the features in the figure. And when they come across the text, they just skip it. So you can observe that. Their behaviors using the observation studies.
Okay, right. Thank you, Dr. Gayatri.
Dr. Professor Bandarage.
Yes, another very interesting and important piece of research. I think we have to learn how to get into their mobile phones. I have seen various literature saying that in the mobile, when they are using the mobile, they are in a kind of surface mode. They are just very quickly, they want to go through and finish it off, because that is the culture with the mobile phone usage. It is mainly used for communication. Now, some of the things you showed tallies with that. That means they didn't like to spend time writing, and they didn't pick up certain things. Like when you had the thing, they didn't read the top, bottom things, top things. And is that telling with the literature, and what should we do? Because somehow we have to get into that.
Yes, Professor Bandarage. Now, this observation also we found that certain group of people, they tend to click the buttons and quickly finish it off, especially among males, right? Whereas the other students, sometimes if they want, if they are interested, they will go and engage in the activity, and they will do all the activities. Now, as you said, their tendency are there to do the surface learning. But here, what we have done was we have incorporated a lot of activities. They have to engage, that multiple choice questions where they are matching, different types of questions. So they have to click. And once they got motivated doing all these activities, they engaged. They went beyond the surface learning. So that is what we have noticed in this study.
Any other question? Again, Professor Bandarage. So Bandarage, you want to ask another question?
Okay, I'm continuing with the question. I think you are very correct. Your design is very good. You have all the higher level stuff and all that. But the question is whether you can get large numbers to engage. That is that we have to learn how to do that. Otherwise, the effectiveness will be less. You have spent a lot of time doing the right thing, but how to get them to go beyond surface learning is the thing we have to look into. So, I mean, you can get the data once you put it to the field, and you can repeat this with the whole sample. I mean, not the sample, whole set of students. Thanks.
Yeah, I just indicate this is actually offline activity where they have given the tablet, so it's an individual task, right? So if the learners have the tablet with them, they can engage. They can engage. It's the most important factor is the design factor, where you have to incorporate different types of activities for learner engagement. Now, this is slightly different with the mobile phone and the online course. So there, of course, we have to think, okay, how to get them integrate, if they have a large numbers, how to do certain activities, whether those activities are individual or group. You have to design that. Even group ones, you can divide it into smaller groups and then ask them to do certain activities, then mix them, that sort of thing. So design element is very important in whatever the activities that you design.
Anybody else? Any questions? No questions. I would suggest that Dr. Gayatri, that we can look at this as an option, but don't know whether it can be a full thing as an option for in various courses or even part of certain aspects of the courses. So we can look at this. Maybe we can discuss this at the UCDC meeting and see whether the departments or the faculties are interested in integrating this into their courses. Maybe not fully not the whole course to be offered. Maybe it's too premature now, but then at least some aspects of it and for some of the components of certain courses, this could be useful. We can look at that.
Yeah, just a suggestion again. Now I think the Faculty of Health Sciences actually started giving PDF for MLS students, and they are going to start
next year for all the programs. What they are doing is they are with that sort of resources.
Okay, Banduni Atapatu has raised the hand. Is there any question from you? Banduni? Hello, Banduni, you raised your hand. Are you going to ask a question? If you're asking the question, please unmute first.
Yeah, right. Now I got unmuted. Yes, thank you. Actually, it's not a question, kind of a thing to get to know Dr. Gayatri. Now, when you are making these learning things, like let's say you are making that the designing, are you going to put a lot of figures rather than the text, thinking about the learner's perceptions or the learner's behaviors?
Yeah, they prefer figures. They figure, rather than reading the text. It's anyway, it's a printed text is also the same. No, if we have so much of text without any figures, without any white spaces in between, students, they don't feel like reading it. Same here in this MLearn, but here the chunking is very small. You have to, reduce the text very little. We have done a lot of chunking, but still they engage more on the figures, interactive figures, rather than the text. That is what we observed.
Okay, we have one more person raising the hand. Is Samarsekara. Can you ask your question, please? Unmute your mic and then.
I'd like to thank the team for conducting the research because it will be helpful for our faculty in future, our teaching learning activities, especially in this current situation. I'm not asking a question. I would like to thank the team.
Okay. She wants to thank you. Okay. Okay, then we can conclude that paper. We will continue with the second part of this session. There are 4 more papers to be presented, and I now hand over the chairmanship to Professor Bandarage, who will take over from me and continue with the session. Professor Bandarage. Bandarage, are you there?
Okay. Now I can unmute. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Aryadore. So this is the second part of the ODL session, and as Professor mentioned, we have 4 papers, and the rules are the same. We are familiar with them now. So the first paper is a study of challenges related to online teaching learning in schools by the author and presenter is the same, M.K. Jayakodi, attached to Center of Educational Technology and Media of the OUSL. Can we have the presentation now?
A very good day to you. I am Mayanti Kulatunga Jayakodi, attached to the Center for Educational Technology and Media at the Open University of Sri Lanka. My study is on the challenges related to online teaching learning in schools. I would like to bring to your attention that the study was conducted in April 2020 when we faced the island-wide lockdown for the first time. So the findings of this study are to be viewed in relation to that time. The coronavirus disease, which is more popularly known as the COVID-19 pandemic, by far has been the biggest challenge the world has faced in 2020. It has collectively affected everyone, including a 91% of the school student population. At the wake of this situation, in order to minimize the disruption in the learning process of school students, the United Nations Children's Fund has been closely working with several countries, utilizing numerous teacher learning support systems. For example, Ukraine used the Global Learning Passport, Rwanda, radio broadcasting, and Syria, self-learning program books. Simultaneously, Sri Lanka too made certain the idling of the country's school student population was not tolerated. As a result, online teaching was introduced as a general teaching learning support system, including live online sessions. As for the lower primary students, work was allocated via WhatsApp and Viber. In this system, the parents played a key role in being the mediating facilitator. Though this is the most practical method of continuing the teaching learning process, especially with the uncertain health conditions prevailing in the country, one must also remember that currently a considerable percentage of students are being marginalized as opposed to the free school education system which was introduced to the country in 1943. There were two major concerns that led me to conduct this study. The first one was school online teaching is undoubtedly undergoing a trial and error period because there is no concrete experience to rely on, and the relevant authorities need to be alert by being adaptive to the challenges they face. Secondly, teachers, students, and parents, who are the stakeholders of this situation, need to be aware of the immediate issues in order to reap better results. After all, this is a novel experience, and distance learning now seems to be applicable to the school educational system as well. So, these two major concerns made me explore two main research questions, which laid the foundation to this study. First one, what are the challenges faced by teachers, students, and parents during live online teaching learning sessions? Second one, what are the methods that could be implemented to minimize these challenges? As for the methodology, this study was completely conducted as a qualitative study, and the data were collected using a non-probability sampling because the respondents were selected on convenience and their willingness to be a part of the study. So there were 12 teachers and they represented three sectors of schools: local government, local private, and international. 4 teachers from each. 12 students also represented all these three sectors, 4 from each, and 12 of their parents were also part of the respondents. A few of these respondents were interviewed face to face and the rest over the phone. Also, 4 online teaching learning sessions were observed. Results and discussion. In accordance with the expectations of the schools and higher authorities, teachers were faced with multiple challenges. Some of them were covering the syllabus, planning out online lessons, making sure the students have grasped the lesson, assessing their knowledge, and being available during the stipulated time allocations. And this was amidst their duties and responsibilities entailed upon their familial roles as well. Apart from these, there were certain other issues. Let us first look at some of the common grievances of teachers. One of the main issues was the absence of certain students at their stations. Also, they were compelled to accept these excuses, the excuses the students were giving them, because it was impossible to check their validity. And some of the excuses that were given were having poor signal strength, running out of data, and sudden power failures. And there were more issues. Students also complained that they were unable to log in whenever their parents had to carry their electronic devices with them due to their occupational obligations, because a majority use their parents' devices. Also, the teachers complained about their inability to gauge how well the more reserved students have understood the concepts because they were reluctant to respond. Habitually, such students always answered in the affirmative when asked something, and several teachers assumed that it so happened due to their fear of being humiliated. This was one issue which they could not clarify until the face-to-face sessions recommenced. And then, of course, monotony. of having to face the same schedule every weekday was another issue. Some complained of their enthusiasm to work at a stretch being dampened by having no physical social interaction with their colleagues. There were certain issues common to local school teachers. Some students had never logged into any of the sessions, mainly in government schools, due to not having access to necessary equipment, lacking the means to pay for data, lacking a suitable learning environment free of disturbances. These reasons, in fact, had affected certain teachers as well. Unlike in local private schools, government teachers had no allowance attached to their salaries. In this regard, international school teachers hardly had any complaints to make because they had 100% participation from their students, and the teachers received an allowance for extra usage of data. Furthermore, several elderly teachers had never made an attempt to consider online teaching as an option for the current crisis. Students also spoke of their issues. Apart from having non-accessibility to electronical devices at times, they also complained of having less confidence in answering questions without the physical presence of their teacher, and also stated that having no physical interaction with their peers had made them less enthusiastic to be engaged in studies. In fact, this physical distancing may have caused the disciplinary issues that were visible during the online teaching learning observations. And parents also confirmed this point and spoke of several disciplinary issues, such as students wandering around at home, attending to personal needs, and calling and texting among each other while being muted on screen. Parent respondents too complained of their share of problems. The ones who had primary school children found it tiring to play the mediatory facilitator's role while attending to domestic chores as well as working from home. They found it time consuming and also challenging to get their attention because they rather prefer to learn from their teacher than from them. In general, all parents expressed their worry over the consumption of extra data which was affecting them economically. Having limited equipment to be shared between the working parent and children, especially if the number was more, has also affected the smooth continuation of work and education both. There were several ways of minimizing these challenges as mentioned by the respondents. One was requesting the parents to be flexible in their working hours depending on their working conditions and accommodating their children's educational needs. Another was attaching an allowance to all teacher salaries, reducing their economical stress. Further, the teachers believe that it would be quite beneficial if they were offered a short course on online teaching once schools reopened so that they will be more conversant in this technique. Conclusions and recommendations. Among the sectors of schools, government local seem to be the most affected by challenges, with a considerable percentage of students being deprived of education due to lack of means to access necessary equipment and data, and certain teachers' reluctance to experimenting in online teaching. Non-adherence to strict discipline, inability to gauge the students' level of comprehension, and monotony were common to all three sectors. Students were unable to clarify their doubts without any physical presence of a teacher and missed the motivation generated by extracurricular activities. Further, parents had to deal with sharing electronic devices with their children, be mindful of the usage of data, and balance their occupational work and household chores while facilitating their children in homeschooling. As mentioned by teacher respondents, providing compulsory training for all teachers on online teaching seemed a practical suggestion. Further, it would be useful to include online learning into the school curriculum so that the students too are familiar with it. As for recommendations, this same study could be extended as a full paper by viewing issues related to specific subjects when taught in a virtual classroom, so that when the need arises, the relevant teachers are better positioned in conducting more successful online lessons. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The paper is now open for discussion. Okay, Gayani.
Yes, Professor Pandagate. Thank you, Ms. Mayanti, for the informative presentation. This is not actually a question, but I just want to know your opinion because you talked about some of the problems that they were facing. But referring back to our keynote speaker also, that some of these challenges were exactly the same as in the face-to-face connection. For example, students who are not responding to a question. I mean, that is quite a common thing even in a physical classroom that even we are experiencing. So
Yes.
what is your sort of like?
Yeah, so actually, Dr. Gayani, as you told, there are certain challenges that overlap with the face-to-face sessions and the online teaching, which is inevitable, I suppose. But I think in this regard, what I have spoken about is how even the more forward ones, the extrovert students, they said that they prefer to have the presence of their teacher because they found it more comfortable to discuss and clarify things when they had the teacher in front of them physically. So there are overlappings, I would say, if you take the challenges that you face in a face-to-face session as well as in an online session.
Okay, next question is from Mihiri. Chance.
Yeah, okay. The question I had is actually not just for you, Mayanti, but also like in general, I think this discussion about what is online learning now. In the sense of now, even the teachers are asking for a course on online teaching, but what we traditionally know as online teaching before COVID is very different to what we're doing, practicing now. So
Exactly.
have you thought about that? Like really, what is, how can we have like a new thinking of online teaching?
I think actually, as I said, this was conducted somewhere in the beginning of April because my two daughters, they were all both into online teaching and I was quite overwhelmed with what was happening at home. This was a new scenario at home for me. So naturally, I developed this interest for this study. And then I realized that, of course, children, they have the tendency to learn things quickly. But I think this COVID thing was something that was unexpected. And I think we can now get together, the academics can get together, and then we can offer this in our teaching programs. For instance, now we have two teaching programs at the Open University. One is offered at the Faculty of Education. We have teaching, BAs offered in education, and also the BA in English and English language teaching offered by the Language Studies Department. So what I feel is that we can we can include these as new components now, because
I agree.
Yeah, so we can get together, people can get together and then come up with something interesting and then make the courses more innovative and make it more interesting and also supportive for the teachers and students, I feel.
Yeah, I'm thinking also that we really need to think about what is online learning. And I thought this was a good place to ask that question, because I think we're talking about it without really looking at what is online learning then. Is it just a kind of the substitution of the classroom space for the online space? And we know that it can't be done. So, and also I've also wanted you mentioned when you were answering Gayani Gamage,
yes.
Dr. Gayani Gamage, you said extroverted students preferred face-to-face, and I think that's usual. But what about the introverted students? Do they actually prefer this kind of online classes?
Actually, that also I have mentioned, Ms. Mihiri, in my study, where I have said that they are more reluctant because this is a very good way to hide themselves now because no one can anyway see them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So even the teacher, I've seen even if the teacher wants them to put the video on, they are reluctant to put the video on.
Okay. Right. I think that I should not take more time.
Yeah, Professor Anban has a question.
It's more of a not a question, a comment, but this is to address what Mihiri raised, because that's a very, very valid question what Mihiri raised. Because I read in the, I saw a paper recently where more of the people are now thinking going online and having a Zoom class is online teaching. So, but then it is not the real online teaching. Online teaching is, by definition, yes, it's through internet, but it has to be accompanied with the LMS. Now, somebody in a recent paper has coined this type of teaching, which is happening over the Zoom or whatever other tools, as emergency remote teaching. It has been uh, described as emergency remote teaching. So, as Mihiri said, I think we should discuss this further. And emergency remote teaching can be a tool, one tool under the online teaching, and that is not the online learning. So that has to be very clearly understood. Otherwise, the broad concept of online teaching will suffer. So I think it's good that we discuss and we also inform people what is really online teaching is.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the time is up for questions for this one. So we'll move on to the second paper, pre-activity preparation in an ODL undergraduate chemistry laboratory, a stimulatory role of pre-activity assignments by L.A. Vijayanayaka and S.S. Iqbal, attached to Department of Chemistry, and the presenter is L.A. Vijayanayaka. Can we have the presentation, please?
Success is a destination that will mainly be determined by the level of preparation that an individual will indicate. Distinguished colleagues, on that very pleasant note, it is my pleasure today to present to you the work we have conducted in terms of understanding the importance of pre-activity preparation in an ODL undergraduate chemistry laboratory, specifically focusing on the stimulatory role of pre-activity assignments. In open and distance learning, or ODL, the carefully designed course material is the principal source for imparting knowledge on ODL learners. Therefore, it is an essential prerequisite for the learners to refer the course material as guidance before participating in a given course-related activity. However, it is unfortunate to see that many learners do not engage in adequate pre-activity preparation by going through the course material that's already provided to them. And this in turn is a likely cause for the lower levels of performance that we observe with our learners. So we wanted to see how this problem could be overcome. And according to our experience working with ODL learners, what we thought are important is firstly to provide improved guidance for the learners to navigate through the relevant sections in the course material, and secondly, a motivation that is provided for the students to go and refer the course material before they engage in the course related activities. So based on this understanding, we formed the hypothesis of our study such that the academic performance in an OUSL undergraduate chemistry laboratory is positively influenced by the degree of pre-activity preparation, and in the absence of adequate pre-activity preparation, pre-activity assignments could be used as guidance to improve learner preparation. And in order to test this hypothesis, the main objective of the study was to assess the stimulatory role of pre-activity assignments in driving learner performance by assessing the correlation between engagement in pre-activity assignments and the ensuing post-activity performance. This work was mainly focused on the course CYU 3302 Basic Practical Chemistry, which was offered at level 3 of the OUSL curriculum. And as part of this course, the learners were expected to participate in a 3-day practical session where during the first half, they had to undergo practical activities related to qualitative inorganic chemistry, and during the second half they had to undergo practical activities related to qualitative organic chemistry. At the end of the 3 days, learner feedback was sought in order to understand the efficiency of their learning experience. However, as per our observations, what we often saw was that learners come into the first day of PS1 with minimal levels of pre-activity preparation, which resulted in very low levels of performance at the end of the practical session. So therefore, to answer this concern, what we did was to provide a voluntary alternative pathway for the students to engage in pre-activity preparation at home before they come into the first day of PS2. Or in other words, what we did was to provide them with quizzes which were administered through the OUS learn system, where they could go and navigate through the quizzes to understand the important parts as presented in the course material. So the figures of merit of this alternative pathway, as we saw, was firstly the provision of improved guidance for the learners for referring the course material provided through the strategically designed e-learn based quizzes, and secondly the increased motivation for engaging pre-active preparation provided by awarding marks for the e-learn based quizzes, which actually counted towards their overall continuous assessment mark. So thereby we wanted to test our hypothesis to understand the relationship between pre-activity engagement and the resulting learner performance. So based on this experimental plan, our experimental design was a simple pre-test, post-test correlation analysis. So therefore, our analysis was based on 2 pre-tests, one each for inorganic and organic chemistry, and 4 post-tests, which were the assessments and the quizzes as you see on this table over here. To be more specific, the pre-test 1 and 2 were both online open book tests administered through eLearn, and these were strategically designed to provide specific guidance and hints for the learners to uncover the important information provided in the course material. In contrast, the first post-test, which is the post-assessment 1 and 2, were in-class post-activity open book tests designed to test the practical proficiency of a learner after participation in the practical activity. However, the questions presented in these assessments required navigation through the course material, which therefore was dependent on the level of pre-activity preparation indicated by the learner. Finally, the post quizzes 1 and 2 were in-class post-activity no-book tests designed specifically to test the knowledge of a learner after participation in the practical session. And these questions were directly related to the material presented in the pre-test. Therefore, we expected there to be significant correlation between the post quizzes and the pre-test in each case. So eventually, we wanted to observe the correlation between the pre and post test in order to understand the resulting correlation between these pre-test and post-test that the students would undergo during practical session 2. What you see over here is the summary of learner performance obtained by analyzing the performance of 190 learners who participated in the course-related activities. And as you can very clearly see from the numbers, a substantial percentage of the sample attempted the pre-activity quizzes, which indicated the prevalence of the anticipated motivation factor. However, unfortunately, a significance was lacking between the mean percentage performance of the subset of pre-test attempted learners versus the mean overall performance of the study group, which indicated there is no significant improvement in the learner performance after participating in the pre-activity preparation as anticipated herein. To understand the observed poor correlation, the results obtained here were further analyzed to look at the subset of high performance in the pretest. The numbers that you see here on screen correspond to the performers who have scored 80% or more in the given pretest. And as very clearly seen from these numbers, it was clear that in the first pretest as well as the second pretest, only a very insignificant percentage of the learners who excelled in the pretest indicated similar performance in the corresponding post-test. So a possible reason for this might be that a substantial portion of the learners who perform well in the pretest allow only surface learning to result via the pre-activities. However, it is intuitive to believe that the post-test might be a better gauge of the actual learner performance, given that these were conducted in class post participation in the laboratory activities. So therefore, further analysis was conducted by looking at the subset of high performance in the corresponding post-test, as you see by the numbers presented here. So as you can very clearly see from these numbers, it was clear that a notable percentage of the learners who scored high in the post assessments had indicated similar performance in the pre-test. So therefore, there was observed correlation between the performance in the pre and post test. And to understand this further, we calculated the pre-test correlated performance values as you see on this table once again. And it's very clearly seen from numbers, it was clear that a notable percentage having high performance in the post assessments indicated high performance in the corresponding pre-test, and a significant percentage of high performance in the post quizzes indicated excelling performance in the corresponding pre-test, which was reassured by the corresponding correlation coefficient. So therefore, we observed that there was very good correlation between the pre-test and post-test performance within the subset of high performance in the post-test conducted herein. In addition to the quantitative analysis, feedback was collected to identify the learner perception in terms of the pre-activity engagement. And accordingly, it was very clear that a major proportion of the learners indicated that the pre-activity quizzes were both motivating as well as helpful in providing the guidance for pre-activity preparation. Importantly, a major proportion of the learners indicated that they strongly recommend the use of pre-activity quizzes as part of this course in future, which was reassured by their very positive feedback. So overall, the study clearly indicates that there is strong correlation between pre-activity engagement and the resulting post-activity performance of learners. The feedback obtained here have provided imperative qualitative insight in this regard, strongly supporting the positive role of the pre-activities in improving the learner performance. So therefore, this study validates the prominent stimulated role of pre-activity assignments in driving learner performance, indicating their importance in effective course delivery. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation. These are our references, and I would like to thank all the contributors in making our research a reality. So thank you very much. Have a very pleasant day.
Thank you very much. Now the paper is open for a discussion. Any questions, any comments? Okay, I will make a comment. I mean, this is again excellent. I mean, we have to see how to motivate the students to get they engaged with the material. And even though it is negative, I think it is a good result that you have observed, in my view, that these high performers have done okay in both, because
Yes.
those are the motivated set of people. So, but the other people have not gone through it, although perception says they like it and they recommend it, they do all that, but they don't engage properly. This is a problem. I think we have to be careful in all these. Perception is different from actual reality when it comes to learning. So I think we have to be mindful of that. And maybe you can think of how to improve this engagement. One is that if you have made it kind of optional and give few marks, but very difficult to make it. In, I also understand your difficulty. So that is my comment, but good, keep at it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the comments. Actually, I have thought about that a little bit more as well. So one thing was we were thinking of, rather than asking the students to do it at home online, maybe we could have done the quiz, the pre-quiz, once they come into the lab. But the only problem is, if we have done that, I'm not sure whether they will get the driving force to go through the course material before coming into the practical activity. So there are ways to limit the surface learning, but that will once again be challenging. So because the biggest hurdle is to make them prepare for the activity before coming into the lab, like you said, sir.
Any more comments? Any questions? Okay, since there are no other comments or questions, thank you very much, Lahiru
Thank you very
and
much.
Siti. We'll move on to the third one. The title is Exploring the Challenges and Benefits of Using Moodle Chat Sessions as a Learner Support Mechanism during the COVID-19 lockdown in Sri Lanka. Author and the presenter is GP Gamage, attached to the Department of Psychology and Counseling of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Can we have the presentation now, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation in this virtual conference, Hours 2020. I'm going to present to you about an intervention that we did using Moodle chat session during the COVID-19 lockdown from March to May. Talking about the background to this study, as we all know, the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, identified first around December 2019, impacted everyone's life all over the world, and the deaths are increasing day by day, even in the second wave, and it had more impact. So the intervention was done within the first wave of the coronavirus pandemic. And while the health sector crippled the nation's economic and financial and everything, the education sector, as we all know, also suffered. So education institutes all around the world was trying to adhere to strict social distancing, and due to that, students were losing the face-to-face contact time, and we had to find alternatives to communicate with students. So as you all know, the Open University has always adopted the distance learning methodology, and we were as a program also, the BSc Honours in Psychology, we delivered courses on a supplementary level as online courses. But apart from us, all the education institutes, even schools, were adapted to this new normal, which was online learning. And this became the popular method of teaching students. So we all use in the Open University Moodle as the learning management system, and according to the website, Moodle is an online platform which incorporates collaborative teaching and learning, and it helps the users to interact with each other as well as with the teachers. So there are 213 million users around the world, both in academic and enterprise sector, because it's a free open source software and there is no license fee. And one of the things about Moodle that is quite important is that it allows the synchronous as well as asynchronous. So live interactions such as the discussion forums, Moodle chat, which was an infrequently used function within Moodle, even within the Open University. And this was what we targeted as the intervention. So the lockdown period that we are talking about was from March to May 2020 in Sri Lanka. There was a strict law imposed in terms of the curfew. No one could go out of their houses to purchase anything or to take even necessary things for their education. So online learning became the new normal. But when we tried to implement video conferencing, live discussions, virtual communication, students reported difficulties with accessing internet because of the bandwidth issues, and some of the issues they could not resolve from their homes, and they had to sometimes purchase webcam speakers and software updates because they needed to upgrade their systems. There were two objectives of this study. First was to explore the utility of Moodle chat function for revision purposes, specific purpose. And the second one was to facilitate continuous engagement with course material using existing online platform. So talking about the intervention, so we chose one course, the key course, which is the Introduction to Psychology course within the Bachelor of Science Psychology program offered by the Psychology and Counseling Department. And this chat function was introduced in the LMS course webpage, their Moodle webpage related to that course. They were given specific instructions, and there was a 6-week lockdown period. And during this strict lockdown period, a 7-week Moodle chat sessions were conducted for this course. The key steps that were administered by the main course teacher was to provide the main aim of this chat session, so which was the revision of the course material. There were 24 sessions for this course, and as we had completed teaching, so we allocated sessions roughly 1 to 4 or 1 to 3 sessions per chat session. So from May 1st to June 12th, there were 7 sessions, and we discussed course material on each of the chat session, but we allocated specific course content for each of the chats. So the purpose, as I mentioned earlier, was to clarify the doubts about specific course content and to share knowledge with other students who would join this live chat, and later they can read it also as a script. This purposeful interaction, which we chose as revision, has been recommended by previous research to make better use of time of the lecturer and the students. So this is a screenshot of the chat session introduced in the Moodle course page. As you can see, there were specific instructions given to the students about the time, date, and how to engage. These are the screenshot of how the chat scripts were available. So it was available as the script of the chat even after the live update, which was a benefit as it was allowing asynchronous learning. And the session number and available students for each of the sessions are presented. So the 4 key challenges that we identified was, first was the time restriction, which we resolved by allowing only 2 hours per chat session every week. And the typing speed was a problem for some students. So what we advised was to make a document with the questions that they have, and then maybe they can cut and paste during the live chat. And the third one was the etiquette of participating, because we had to adhere to strict timeline. So they had to participate from the beginning, otherwise repeating of questions and confusion among the students will jeopardize the aim. So methodology, after the 7th session was concluded, we developed the Moodle-based questionnaire to have their feedback. So it was a 12-question survey. So we measured frequency of participation, reasons for participating, and for those who did not participate, we wanted to know the reasons and if there were any other methods that they used to discuss the course material in terms of the revision purposes. So the basic details of age and gender was also collected. And here what you see is the clause that we included to allow them to know that we wanted to maintain the confidentiality and anonymity of the data for this survey, because as we said to them, it was not connected to any of the assessment of their course. So the participation with the results, there was a 38-point response rate, which was fair. There was a high female participation, which is represented in the course program intake also. So 52% of the sample, half of the sample were 19 to 27, but the maximum age is also 53 years. And the results, it showed that frequency of participation, those who participated, 78% found it was moderate to extremely useful, which was very positive outcome. And also another useful outcome was to find out for our benefit that 56% of the students who participated already are using another commercially available chat application to discuss the course material. And also there were 44% of students who never used the chat function due to many reasons. And we believe that if we can persuade them to use this chat function within Moodle, it is a safe and secure environment. They don't need any other extra application, so they don't need any other extra equipment to use this. So what you can see from these charts are that our first aim was actually matched with these results, because the students reported that they wanted to, the motivation was to clarify the doubt and to revise by using this chat. And this chart shows that the moderate to useful, very useful, extremely useful, majority of students found that. When discussing the results of this study, previous research showed that chat allows positive interaction between students and teachers when it's purposeful. This was verified as 74% of the participants reported that they used it for revision and clarifying doubts, and they found it useful, matching our first objective. Second objective was to continue with their continuously engagement with their course material, and 56% of the students already said they use another chat application to discuss. And if we can use the Moodle chat and to popularize that, that would be beneficial. There were two limitations in the study mainly. First one was the response rate was less than 50% from the registered number, and we cannot generalize the results until further research is conducted with other courses of the program. These are the references that I have used. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Gayatri Chayathilaka, who's the academic head of the SETME, and Senior Professor Gaya Ranavaka, who's the Dean of our faculty, for her continuous support for academics to engage in research in ODL and in other topic areas. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. The paper is open for discussion now. Any comments or questions? I don't see any. Okay, so thank you very much, Gayani. We will move on to the next one since there are no questions, right? The last one, the fourth paper is titled Research Publication Experience of Academics, an Exploratory Study with Sample at OUSL. The author and the presenter is R. De Silva, attached to Department of Language Studies, OUSL. Can we have the presentation now?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my presentation at Hours 2020. The topic of my presentation is Research Publication Experience of Academics. This study was conducted at the OUSL with a sample of academics. As we all know, research is vital for the development of any discipline. As academics, we are expected to engage in research and get them published in reputed journals. Publications play a major role in promotions, recruitment, and incentivization in the Sri Lankan university system. However, for most of the academics, getting published in international peer-reviewed journals is not an easy task. Rejection rate is high and the review process takes a long time. So it's a time-consuming and a demanding process. Anecdotal evidence and the review of literature show that academics experience pressure in this publication process. Here's my literature review. Academic pressure is usually defined as an experience in which a person is burdened by the demands of time and energy to achieve specific academic goals. And McCullough in 2017 did a study in the UK, And according to him, academics' ability to succeed in their career was closely tied to their ability to meet quantitative and qualitative targets driven by research evaluation systems. But these were predicated on an unrealistic understanding of knowledge creation. And another study by Haven, Wouters, Malders, and Tijnik 2019, they did a study in Amsterdam, and according to them, publications determine to a large extent the possibility to stay in academia. This is a famous quote. They say publish, either publish or perish. While some pressure to publish may incentivize high quality research, too much publication pressure is likely to have detrimental effects on both the scientific enterprise and on individual researchers. My study was guided by the theory of reasoned action by Edson and Fishbane 1980. According to this theory, an individual's intention to perform a behavior is guided by his or her own attitudes about that behavior and subjective norms. So, for example, perceived social pressures from people whom an individual wants to please is a subjective norm. Here are my research questions. 1. What is the level of publication pressure experienced by a sample of academics at the OUSL? And the second research question was, what are the perceived barriers that affect their research performance? And for this purpose, I used a questionnaire developed by Haven, Bouter, and others in 2019. This questionnaire was developed in Amsterdam. And then they revised the questionnaire, this PPQ, and then it was called PPQR. Then I wrote to them and obtained written permission from them to use this questionnaire, and I told them that I'm going to adapt it a little. So I used the slightly adapted version of this questionnaire. And this is a valid and reliable instrument, and it has a 5-point Likert scale from totally agree to totally disagree. And it has 3 subscales. The publication stress subscale, it had 6 items, and publication attitude subscale, and publication resources subscale. And I added an open-ended question as well. Here is the sample. I created a Google form and sent it to 175 academics. Unfortunately, only 41 responded after 3 reminders. So the response rate was 24%. So out of the respondents, 63.4% were female and 36.6% were male. And there were 4 senior professors, 3 professors, 30 senior lecturers, 2 lecturers, and 2 lecturer probationaries. You can see from the chart, 73% were senior lecturers, and the 10% of the sample were senior professors, 7% professors, and 5% of lecturer probationaries and confirmed lecturers. Here are my results. So in the publication stress subscale, one statement, you can see one statement in that subscale was, I feel forced to spend time on my publications outside office hours. And there were other statements as well. The mean was 2.65. And publication attitude subscale, 2.61. Publication resources subscale was the highest, it was 2.87. So there's a difference in the findings of mine and the Heaven and others research. In their research, attitude subscale was the highest, stress subscale came next, and resources subscale was the last. But in our case, I think resources create a higher pressure on our sample, on our academics. The open-ended question revealed the perceived barriers that affect their research performance. The sample said that they are burdened with administrative duties which affect their teaching and research. And this pressure to publish has compromised the important aspect of publishing ethics, some people said. Lack of resources that facilitate research like time, access to databases, the full text articles, and printing facilities, and lack of knowledge in the publication process. Not everybody, but some people said they are unaware of the publication process. And some academics said incentives tied to research output, such as the research allowance and research awards, may lead to low quality and unreliable research. And they said they do research, but sometimes they do not get an opportunity to get them published, but they use them in their teaching, course development, and for learner support purposes. Here are my conclusions and some recommendations. Academics at OUSL experience publication pressure to a certain extent, and it has both positive and negative effects on academics. Resources and facilities need to be strengthened, and academics need to be intrinsically motivated. Now, there's extrinsic motivation through research allowance and awards, but it's good if they are intrinsically motivated to do research. And so for that purpose, an environment conducive to research needs to be created and encourage collaborative research. So it's good if we can recognize other contributions to university other than research for incentives. Then they will do quality research and acceptable kind of research. Then recognize the value of research in teaching, post development, and learner support. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Here's the written permission I obtained from the researcher. Here are my references, and I'm happy to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radhika. The paper is now open for discussion. Any questions, any comments? You can use the hands up, raise hand button. Okay, Professor Aryadore, please.
Yeah, you mentioned that your findings are not in line with the findings of the others. Is there any special reason for that?
In their study, mainly the problems were in their attitudes and the stress for publication. But in our case, our people also experienced those. But the highest thing was the resources. They mentioned the lack of resources. These resources does not mean the resources like physical resources. In addition to physical resources, they say the support from the peers and colleagues, positive comments, encouragement from peers. Those things also come as resources in this.
No, the point system we have in Sri Lanka, is it a contributory factor? Radhika, did you hear my question?
There is a question. Radhika has disconnected or?
She's muted.
Okay, Radhika is there. There is a question.
I'm there. There's a breakdown in the connection. Yeah, sorry.
No, I asked you whether the point system we have in Sri Lanka, whether it's a issue.
Yes, some people mentioned that as well. I didn't look at the political aspect of this, mainly psychological aspect of the research of the sample. But that is in the future. I'm planning to do a research on that aspect as well. But they say the evaluation system, the promotions, for recruitment, that is a problem as well. Some people mentioned.
Okay, Professor Atapattu has a question. Banduni.
Radhika, thank you very much for your nice presentation. My question is that what do you mean by the stress for the researchers or our academics in OUSL? What they mean by stress, as well as also you mentioned about the attitude and the stress. So just
yes,
give a small clarification on it.
I'm sorry, I had this questionnaire, but it didn't play properly in the presentation. In that, actually, they look at the pressure from other people, from colleagues, peers, and also to produce research for these allowance and those problems. They come under stress there. I will, I'm planning to publish this as a paper, then I can have the questionnaire. Sorry, I don't have the questionnaire here to show you. Right, there are 6 items in those scales. I'll see whether I can find and share screen. Yeah.
So you are waiting
can I share screen, please? Can I share screen? Is it possible for me to share the screen?
Yeah. Madam, you can share your screen. We are waiting for that.
Right. Can you see this? Can you see the questionnaire?
We cannot see the screen.
You can't see.
Your shared screen, we cannot see.
I will then read it out. It says, under stress, it says, I feel forced to spend time on my publications outside office hours, and I cannot find sufficient time to work on my publications. And I have no peace of mind when working on publications. I can combine working on publications with my other tasks. So at home, I do not, there are negative statements as well, because it's a Likert scale. I do not feel stressed about my publications. And I experience stress at the thought of my colleagues' assessment of my publications output. Those things are under stress. And for attitude, actually the current publication climate puts pressure on relationships with fellow researchers. I suspect that publication pressure leads some colleagues, whether intentionally or not, to cut corners, sometimes find easy ways to do research. And in my opinion, the pressure to publish scientific articles has become too high. My colleagues judge me mainly on the basis of my publications. Colleagues maintain their administrative and teaching skills well, despite publication pressure. And publication pressure harms other academic work. Those were the things in those 2 scales, Bandani. Right.
Banduni still has a question.
Okay.
Professor Atabattu.
Ayyo.
Is there or no? Okay, maybe she doesn't have. Just a comment now, since there are no other thing. Now, what I have heard is that for human
Excuse me.
beings, yeah,
Now
okay,
only, yeah, this is actually,
right.
it takes some time to get the host is going to get unmuted. I think you also experienced it. And therefore, I was waiting for unmute me. And yeah, thank you very much. And it's a really nice question that you have made in your questionnaire. And I hope that, anyway, that how you finalize it as a stress.
It's not mine actually. I adapted this questionnaire from this questionnaire used by Heaven and others. Yeah.
Yeah, that how that the stress as stress wording come as the conclusion after all analysis.
Yeah, it's as you saw in the results section, they experience stress in all these all three subscales, but in our case, yeah, stress came. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, stress was attitude was the first one. No, stress was resources were was the first. Stress was second, and attitude was last.
Okay, so the resources came as the first. So it's a bit anyway. Maybe it's their thought or the perception that the resources are the first one. Thank you very much, and I like your research and also the findings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the time is up, so we have to stop now. So this ends this session, and thank you very much, Radhika, for the final presentation. And this ends this ODL session. And thank you very much all that I think we had a very productive and useful session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all of you. Actually, we are starting the 4 parallel technical sessions at 2 p.m. There are 4 separate Zoom links for each technical session, and the registered participants can select any technical session with the respective Zoom link. Therefore, please log into the respective Zoom link around 2:20 p.m. And for the viewers, you can continue with the link provided in the OUSL web page. Thank you. Actually, we are starting the 4 parallel sessions at 2:30 p.m. So the registered participant can select any technical sessions with the respective Zoom link and log into the respective Zoom link around 2:20 p.m. Thank you.